Welcome to coverage of Little League Baseball with WJER and Big Z Sports. I'm Bill Morgan with Adam Saweski. And Adam, before we get into 8U action, kind of tell the folks watching and listening a little bit about how all of this broadcast started to unfold.
Yeah, so like I said, Bill, with my recollection of years, I'm not very good at remembering things. I actually came up and did a PA. I did the PA for this exact same event. It was either last year or the year before, and I knew it was a doubleheader, and I'm like, that's something we could probably do. So I reached out to Mitch Pace, and I said, hey, I'm just throwing this out there. I said, and then we kind of he got the ball rolling and kind of rolled with it, and here we sit on a Thursday evening on the Park Hill.
And we've got an 8U battle. Now, this is the best of three. New Philadelphia, sponsored by VFW Post 1445, won the first game, so they win tonight. They are the 8U champions. Should Twin Cities, Claxon, and Waxon win, there will be a Game 3. We haven't planned this out yet, but do we know when Game 3 would be?
No, they did not announce that yet.
Okay.
I think that they're waiting to see for schedule purposes and whatnot. I'm assuming it would be fairly soon. I know that right now the main priority is finding out when this game is going to start. Obviously, with the weather, doesn't quite want to clear out completely, which it's going to as the night goes on. It's going to turn into a beautiful night up here on the hill, but it's just taking a little bit of time to get this rain out of here.
And this is the first of what will be, Adam, two games. We've got this 8U contest, and then after this one, a 12U matchup.
Yes, between Ridgewood, the local barbershop, and Dover Allied Machine. They'll be playing that's the outright 12U championship. That's not a series for that age group. But back to the 8U game, Bill, talking to head coach Justin Stutz of the Twin City team, he was kind of filling me in on all this, and there was roughly 16 to 20 teams in this league this year amongst all the different cities that take part in it. So for both of these teams to be sitting in the gold bracket championship game, out of all those teams participating, both of these teams had exceptional seasons.
And you see the New Philadelphia team taking to the field. And one thing that we haven't really alluded to, now we've only been on for a couple of minutes, but this is a coach pitch. So each team designates a coach to pitch to their own team.
Yes, each coach, and I believe that you checked with head coach Mitch Pace. He's going to be the pitcher for the Philly team, and head coach Justin Stutz, I know he is going to be the coach for the Twin City team, Claxon and Waxon.
So both teams have been up on the hill for somewhere in the neighborhood of about a half hour, warming up when it hasn't been raining, right around 5:30. There was a pretty big-time deluge, but because of the composition of the field, in terms of how they've changed that, since our daughters have played up here, that really helps a lot in terms of being able to play games when there is precipitation.
Yeah, a few years ago, actually, my daughter would have been a sophomore, if I'm not mistaken. The Little League Association Pony League group did a ton of fundraising, and this was one of the first fields they focused on. And I can tell you firsthand that the New Philadelphia softball team reap the benefits of the improvements made up here, because there was a lot of times, Bill, that we were playing the softball game that was scheduled, and we were one of the only teams in the area that was playing because of the work that they did to this field.
Adam, before we get underway, I know we've got a couple of sponsors that we wanted to mention. We'll hear from them in terms of commercials throughout the evening, but they are important to what we're doing tonight.
Absolutely. You got Right Mark Roofing, Amici's Pizza, and New Philadelphia VFW, all supporters of this broadcast, as Knox Bennington stepping into the batter's box here to get things underway.
Knox is the shortstop for Twin City, and as Adam mentioned, Justin Stutz pitching, and that ball's rolled, and it goes between the shortstop and the third baseman in the left field, so Knox will reach.
Yeah, nice hard hit there for Knox Bennington to get things underway for Claxon and Waxon. As next to the plate will be
A.J. Beckley.
Good job. How did I not see that?
That ball's bounced slowly towards short. Picked up, to second. Throw on to first base in time. So 1 out in the inning, and a nice play out there by Ava Pace as Knox Bennington, the runner, advances to second.
Coden Murphy stepping in. Boy, they're moving quick. Fast pace.
For sure. Coden will play the pitching position for his team.
Yeah, Coden's favorite athlete, Aaron Judge, kind of has that Aaron Judge-like stance in the box there.
Well, someday, no doubt that Coden's parents hoping he has an Aaron Judge-like bank account. There's a slow roller to third, and that'll be fielded, and a good job there of knocking that ball down by Jackson Sunheimer.
Best hit in softball and 8U baseball, the swinging bunt. It worked to perfection.
So runners at first and second, 1 out, top of the first inning. And the lefty said Nunez to the plate, fouls it off.
He's got the pencil bat, which is really cool. Those
are kind of popular now.
They are.
I don't think I'd want to know what the price tag is that his parents paid for that. Not cheap, let's just put it that way. There's a roller, and the pitcher can't quite come up with it, and that's going to load the bases.
They stuck
bang,
with the play.
Bang play at first. So Nunez gets retired. Both the runners advance. Murphy to second, Bennington to third.
David Gezzi steps to the plate now. His favorite athlete, Babe Ruth.
Really?
Yes.
It's interesting because we scanned that 4-1-1 from both teams. That ball's popped up.
Hit it like Babe Ruth.
And that ball's going to fall in. 1 run will score. And Twin City going to try and get a second run in, and they do.
So David Gezzi, 2 RBI single there, as his favorite athlete did many times, Babe Ruth, drives in 2. Next up, Liam Napier. Manny Ramirez fan, and his favorite food, Bill, the walking taco.
Really?
Yes. I like me some walking tacos.
Now listen, when you and I did Dover baseball, swing and a miss.
I know where you're going with this.
Well, down in Athens, we spent probably as much time. There's a roller back to the pitcher. He will knock it down, the throw to first base. Not going to be in time, gets away from the first baseman. However, staying out at second, Gezzi, who advanced.
I'm guessing obviously I'm a few years removed from 8U coach pitch. I'm assuming there's a rule in place where they can advance possibly, since that ball did roll clear into mid-right field.
It's MJ Stringer batting now and swings and misses when they hit the field. Chillaxin and Waxon. MJ probably playing out in left field. The next pitch, that's fouled. Straight back and off the backstop.
MJ's favorite athlete from the football variety is Justin Jefferson.
If MJ's got him on his fantasy team, he's in good shape.
He is. He scores a lot of points.
Now that ball's fouled. Well, it's kind of interesting when you're talking 8-year-olds to see the wide variety of different favorite athletes.
Absolutely.
The next pitch, that's hit hard, past first baseman into right field. Gezzi going to hustle and stay at third, and the bases are going to be loaded for Twin City, already up 2-0.
I felt some more raindrops, but Bill, those are actually coming off of our tent, so we're still in good shape.
For now.
For now.
That'll bring Elliot Collins to the plate. Elliot wears number 33 on the back of his gray Twin City jersey. That ball's hit toward shortstop. That'll get past the shortstop into left field and trying to score another run, and doing so. Around the bag and in is Liam Napier. So it's already been a 4-run first inning for Chillaxin and Waxon.
Yeah, they're hitting the ball hard, finding the holes. Coach Stutz with a little talk here with Rocco Morrison before he hits the plate.
Rocco's got that nice stance and swings and misses at the first pitch.
Jose Ramirez fan, Rocco is.
Well, Jose and the Guardians, losers today as they fell to Toronto in the rubber game of the 3-game series up in Cleveland.
Fouled that one off. Rocco's got a good swing, good hard swing.
He got a nice stance at the plate, too. Pops that up, but that's going to bounce about a third of the way down the first base line and go into foul territory. But Rocco was hustling down that first base line. His teammates, MJ Stinger at second, Elliott Collins at first.
And I believe this is the 5th pitch. I believe he does have to swing. See if I remember some of the rules.
Been a while since our kids played coach pitch. And next pitch.
Well, so once again, I'm wrong. This is it. This is the last pitch.
Hits it hard. Pitcher knocks it down to throw it to first base. We're going to call him out on a bang-bang play at first. But Twin City scores 4 times in the top of the first, so they've got 4. New Philadelphia coming to bat.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Janaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Janaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
We've got 8U Little League Baseball here on the WJER Facebook page. We and our partners from Big Z Sports bringing this your way. Leading off for New Philadelphia, sponsored by VFW Post 1445. One of the Swales brothers, this is Carson. And he hits it right back up the middle. Nice play at pitcher, but they throw it over the head of the first baseman, so Carson will reach.
Yeah, Cody Murphy made a great stop on that play. That ball was hit hard.
That'll bring Ava Pace to the plate. That's her dad pitching to her. Swings and misses, does Ava. She played out at second base in the top of the first inning.
She had a mixed player of the game, or favorite athlete. She's got Fernando Tatis on the baseball side of things, but she's also a Caitlin Clark fan.
There you go. Ava fouling that one back. That's a nice fly ball into left field. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Swales digging around first. He's going to digging around second, and he'll wrap around third and try and score. And they're going to say he has to go back to third.
Yeah, there's a line there in between first and second, and in between each base. And once the ball reaches the infield, if you're not past that line, you have to go back.
That'll bring up the new Philly shortstop, Peyton Cox. So Twin City, Claxon and Waxing scored 4 in the top of the first, and already we see this new Philly team threatening in the bottom of inning number 1.
Paxton's one of many that likes Jeremiah Smith as his favorite athlete, as many Buckeye fans would.
Pops that up, foul, and that'll bounce between first base and the Twin City first base dugout. I kind of like Jeremiah Smith myself. Jeremiah Smith likes NIL is what Jeremiah Smith likes.
Yes, he does.
It's kind of crazy when you talk about that good of a player. The next pitch, Peyton hits it hard, knocked down, the throw to first base. They're going to call him out at first.
Bang, bang play there.
But Carson scores. Pace advances from second to third.
I'll tell you this, Cody Murphy playing the mound, he's a vacuum out there. Those were 2 hard hit balls he stopped this inning.
That'll bring Camden Swales to the plate. Half ball's popped up. Nice grab over at the shortstop position. Ranging over there and grabbing that was Knox Bennington for the second out of the inning.
Jackson Sunheimer steps to the plate. He puts the ball in the air.
It's going to fall in behind second base. Pace will score to make it 4-2 as Sunheimer picks up the RBI. And Nash Apple will come up. 2 outs, bottom of the first inning. Twin City leading New Philly for now, 4-2. Got a little bit more of that rain coming down. Nash fouls that one off.
Nash Apple, another Jeremiah Smith fan. As I said, Bill, we're going to hear that name a lot today.
Nash swinging and missing at that pitch, and that will end the first inning. So we played one complete. Twin City leading New Philadelphia 4-2 with WJER and Big Z Sports.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Rightmark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Rightmark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
WJER happy to partner with our friends at Big Z Sports to bring you 8U Championship Baseball here in Tuscarawas County. We are at Tuscora Park, and the Twin City, Claxon, and Waxon team coming up to bat after having a good first inning at them when they scored 4.
Absolutely. They hit the ball hard. A great way to start this game. A couple players for Claxon and Waxon unable to attend today. Mac Jones, Cruz Heron, and Kenton Stutz. They're all obviously with the time of the year, there's obviously things that are always happening this time of year, so I know that they'd want to be here, but I know that they're also probably staying at, being able to watch their team and cheer them on from wherever they may be.
Well, we had a flash of lightning, and so the umpire sends both teams to the dugout, so we're going to be delayed for a while. Doug Barrick is our umpire.
The nice thing is about the delays, though, once they deem that it's safe to return, I know the rule says a half an hour, but once the official deems that it's safe to return to play, they can bring it back sooner. But, yeah, we will step aside and, kind of monitor the situation. We'll probably just leave a picture-in-picture on the screen, I'm assuming. That's probably what we'll do.
While that is going on here momentarily, maybe you and I will be partaking of Amici's Pizza, who's one of our sponsors.
Yeah, well, I wonder if that delivery's coming.
I can guarantee they don't deliver from West Lafayette. Now, maybe there's a slight possibility
from
Janaden.
Yeah.
You know what? You and I would reach collectively into our pockets, which is rare. But if they delivered that, we'd definitely pony up.
Yeah, we would.
Yeah, there's no question.
Yeah. So the coaches / field crew coming out for New Philadelphia. They've obviously picked up on where the soft spots are with the rain. Obviously home plate, pitcher's mound, and I'm assuming that third tarp will come out for the first base area. Hopefully this will pass by, and the good news is for anybody watching, this field is in tremendous shape, and the water's not an issue.
So if you've ever thought about whether you're a guy, whether you're a gal, wanting to be involved in your daughter or son's coach pitch experience, forget about when the game's going on. Watch what's going on right now, because this is kind of what you're signing up for when you volunteer for that.
Yeah, this is part of the deal right here.
I believe that's Ryan Swales, 2 sons playing. Mitch Pace is out there. I think that might be Josh Johnson. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I believe it is. But obviously, you would like to have ideal conditions for this game, but we're far from ideal right now.
Do you happen to have any windshield wipers I could put on my glasses?
If I did, I'd be using them myself.
on your glasses and not mine. Oh, my.
Yeah. So what we can hope for is that this passes rather quickly, because this is a lot of rain hitting at a very quick pace. We're doing our best, I think, to keep everything. I think I'm shielding the Claxon communications equipment, me personally.
Well, and quite frankly, that's all Casey Claxon cares about.
He really does.
He doesn't care if you're wet or
No,
you're soaked.
He doesn't care if I'm soaked.
I mean, if either one of us knew how much Casey actually had invested in that equipment, we would appreciate why he cares more about that equipment than he does about us. We would be the same way if that was our equipment.
We absolutely
and
would.
Casey was announcing. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. I mean, these dads/coaches, I mean, they're going to work.
They are
out here.
All they're missing are sledgehammers.
So if you think that Mitch Pace, for those who don't know, Mr. Pace is one of our 3 county commissioners. If you think that these people who decide to get into local politics sit back in the dugout and let everybody else do the work, no. County Commissioner Pace is out there getting soaking wet and nailing the tarp down at home plate. It is a 4-2 Twin City advantage. We were just about to begin the top of the second inning. There was a flash of lightning and
then like a flash flood, all in one swoop.
Well, Doug Barrick, the umpire, sent in very proper fashion both teams to their dugouts. And we'd like to say hello to Doug's wife, who I believe he said is watching up in the Carrollton area while she's dog sitting.
Yes, I do believe that is what he said. And it's not this rain continuing is definitely not ideal. You're starting to see that glaze on the field now,
yes,
which is not good. So we can, I'll tell you what, Bill, why don't we take a brief time out, and we'll come back once the rain stops, and we'll have a better assumption as to what could or could not happen. We'll be back with more on WJER YouTube channel in a little bit.
Well, after an extended rain delay, Adam, we are going to play baseball.
The amount of work that got done in a quick period of time by the Philly coaching staff was actually rather impressive. As everybody could see that tuned into the live stream, when we stepped away, the field was like a lake, similar to the way your book looks right now.
Lake Tuscora.
Yes. We have the pond at the bottom of the hill, and the lake was at the top of the hill.
Well, and they put in Mitch Pace and Coach Johnson and Coach Swales, and veritably every dad of a young man on this team was out there and played some role in this, to be sure. And
what's crazy is, as we mentioned, actually at the early stages of the broadcast, the condition of this field turned back the clock about 5 years ago. They would have packed it up about an hour ago and said, well, we're going to try it again tomorrow. But this field actually was able to obtain all that water, and they're going to be able to get this 8U game back underway. Obviously, like you said, Bill, requiring some manpower that from the Quakers coaching staff.
This is Game 2 of a 3-game set of the 8U Championship. New Philadelphia won the first game, and with this being Game 2, they had an opportunity to get one inning in before the rain delayed things. And Twin City, the visiting team, scored 4 runs in the first inning. In the bottom of the first, New Philadelphia scored 2 before rain stopped things before the second inning got underway.
Sorry, we're dealing with a little bit of volume control issues here. Messing with those on the fly. Couldn't have been the water, right, Bill?
I can't imagine that would have had any effect.
No, I don't know if we're doing anything to help that or not, but yeah, we have a little time to mess with this as they're still doing the final prep to the field. That batter's box area looks like Progressive Field now.
I don't know if I go that far.
Minus the chalk lines, of course.
Yes.
Minus the chalk lines.
Both teams trying to do some warm-ups.
Pitcher getting warmed up over there on the first base side. You got to make sure the pitcher's loose.
Well, and for those that were not with us in the first part of the broadcast, this is Coach Pitch Baseball. So each team picks one of the coaches to pitch to their team.
Yes. And in this case, it looks like both head coaches are the ones that are taking control of those responsibilities for each team. And they're literally just putting the final touch. This is turning into artwork out here at the batter's box.
Tell us a little bit about some of the sponsors, Adam, making this all possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, Mark Roofing, Amici's Pizza, and New Philadelphia Post 1445. Huge supporters of everything in the league. So those three were obviously played a big part in putting this on tonight and having us here to talk about these kids. And like I said, they, roughly 16 to 20 teams started the season, and we're down to 2 remaining in the Gold Bracket Championship game. So both of these teams have had tremendous seasons, and it's being capped off with a best-of-3 series that New Philadelphia currently leads 1-0. Twin City trying to force that pivotal Game 3, or with the Quaker victory, that would obviously give them the outright 8U championship.
And we will, provided the weather stays away, we will have a game number 2 tonight, but that is going to be the 12U, and that is just a singular championship game.
It is just that's a standalone. That's not a series. That's just a standalone game. And the rain, obviously, it's picking up a little bit, but like I said, from what I could see, as we've learned, my weather radar skills are atrocious.
We did consult during our extended rain delay, Mrs. Sawecki, about that, and she confirmed that.
Yeah, she'll confirm in a heartbeat how bad I am at predicting the weather. And my daughter Sarah would be second in agreement. And we are going to get back underway here.
Grayson Mahaffey, number 13, will lead things off for Twin City. Claxon and Waxon, who scored 4 in the first.
And actually, we're not going to quite get underway yet. Waiting on a key part of the game. That would be the umpire.
Where did he go?
It looks like he's in the dugout over there, actually. He was staying dry for one more second. And the umpire has returned.
He is Mr. Doug Barrett, so he walked the field very closely before they were allowed to go back out onto the field. Grayson swinging and missing.
Grayson's favorite athlete, Jose Ramirez.
He's the 10th batter in the 11-batter lineup. 3 players, other responsibilities, and could not be here tonight for Twin City. That ball's hit to second base. Pace grabs it, fires on to first base in time to get Grayson, who didn't look real happy about the call.
Yeah, that was, I know that the foot looked like it may have came up, but did a good job getting it right back down to get that out as Connor Horseman comes to the plate, playing right field tonight for Twin City.
Twin City with gray jerseys, white letters and numbers. New Philadelphia, as you can see, and what you'd expect from a Quaker-based team. Black and red.
Fouled away there. Connor's favorite athlete is Stephen Kwan, another Indian.
I love Stephen Kwan.
Guardian.
That's it. We're going to have to let you go.
Yeah, that's. I know it's a hard thing to remember still. More importantly, though, his favorite food is mac and cheese. And who isn't up for a box of mac and cheese?
Right now, we're up for anything. A swing and a miss by young Connor, so he becomes the second out of the inning. And back to the top of the Twin City lineup, their head coach is Caden Herron, and Coach Herron, however, unable to be here tonight, so Justin Stutz taking over those head coaching responsibilities. And a great grab by Ava Pace after Bennington ripped it on a line drive to second. So we played an inning and a half at Tuscora Park. It is Twin City leading New Philly 4-2 with WJER and Big Z Sports.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Rightmark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Rightmark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
You are watching 8U Coach Pitch Championship action. I'm Bill Morgan with Adam Sawecki, and New Philadelphia getting their second opportunity to go at it. They had 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Carson Swales and Ava Pace both scored. It'll be Camden Beebe to lead things off. The New Philly coach, Mitch Pace, pitching to his team.
One more defensive alignment here for Twin City. Camden, he's another dual athlete. He likes Aaron Judge and Michael Jordan.
You know what's fascinating about somebody that's his age? Boy, he lines that past third base and shortstop into the outfield for a base hit. He's digging, going to try and get to second. Here comes the throw, and he's going to beat it to second. And this is what you see happen in 8U. The young man playing at second base I believe that's Rocco Morrison. He forgot you got to tag him. You just can't step on the base.
Not many tag opportunities in 8U, so it's obviously an easy mistake to make.
As Cruz Pace comes to the plate, left-handed batter, fouls that one back. And
another pencil bat.
Because you have bought a bat for one of your children more recently than I have, if you just had a ballpark, what do you think that bat cost?
Oh, I'm going to say, even though it's only obviously a small 8U level bat.
Right.
I'm going to say that easy 150.
Wow.
200, I'm guessing. I could be wrong. But, look, he's sharing that bat, so two people are using it.
And it brings Brixton Johnson to the plate. He hit that hard toward shortstop. Can't come up with it cleanly, and Johnson will make it safely to the bag. That'll bring Isaac Angel to the plate. When he's in the field, he's playing in right field for the black and red.
Another Jose Ramirez fan.
First pitch bounces up to the plate. He hits it hard towards second. That ball's dropped. The throw to second base is going to go into the outfield. That'll allow a Quaker run to score as Beebe comes in. And runners still running around. And let's see if they will allow that run to score.
Yes, because the ball was still in the outfield. So once it goes back into the outfield, they're permitted to continue to advance until it makes it back in.
So Johnson scores, and Angel ends up at second base.
And Luke Reed steps to the plate with the pencil bat.
A slow roller back toward the pitcher. The throw to first base going to be high off the first baseman's glove. And now Quakers at the corners. Reed on at first. Back to the top of the lineup, Carson Swales, who reached base and scored in his first at bat. We are tied at 4. Twin City and New Philly, and Carson a nice rip at the plate and fouls it back.
His favorite food, barbecue wings.
Quit talking about food. The next pitch, a swing and a miss. That sounds great.
It does.
Well, Carson's dad helps coach this team. His grandfather, Matt Dumermuth, coaching down at first base.
I think his mom's a manager of some kind. It's a family deal.
It is.
It's a family deal. Carson opting not to use the pencil bat.
Swings and misses, so that'll become the second out. Runners remaining at first and third in this 4-4 deadlock in the bottom of the second is Ava Pace, who hit a double and would score in her first at-bat last inning. Stop, and that will end the inning. It is the third out, and knocks Bennington at short with a great grab at him to end the inning.
Yeah, he snagged that out of the air. That was a rope there by Ava Pace, but Bennington said, I'll go ahead and take that, and we're going to go back in and hit.
We've played 2 innings. It is the New Philadelphia VFW 1445-2 and Twin City, Chillaxin and Waxon 4 as well, right here with Big Z Sports and the sports voice of the Valley.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Chenaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Chenaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
We've got a discussion now, Adam, as we were thinking we're about ready to resume the top of the third with the 2 head coaches and our umpire, Doug Barrick.
I think it maybe the outfield may be a little slicker than what they expected, and I think it's going to be a ruling where if the ball goes, maybe it's a stoppage if it goes into the outfield. It was definitely a safety concern that both coaches agreed upon. I'm sure we're going to learn this as we go here.
A.J. Beckley going to lead things off for Twin City here in the top of the third in what is a deadlocked 4-4 game. A.J. grounded out to second in his first at bat. Well, probably at this point trying to get this game in. The trickiest thing might be keeping clean baseballs.
Yes.
A.J. swinging and missing at that first pitch from acting head coach Justin Stutz, and he pops that one up. It's going to bounce, and it's going to be a base hit.
Perfect spot, perfect placement there by A.J. Beckley.
Next up, number 99, Coden Murphy.
Now to bring Coden Murphy to the plate. Coden's playing the pitching spot defensively when Twin City is in the field.
Coden's favorite food is pizza. There's a lot of pizza lovers in this 8U game, as we'll be touching on.
Swings and fouls the first one. Coden in his first at bat back in the first reached on an infield single. Boy, he rips that, and that goes off the glove of the shortstop into the outfield. And whether or not the runner gets to second base, he won't. And
yeah, just a little miscommunication there. I think he thought he caught it because it was obviously it was in the shortstop's glove and bounced out. So I'm guessing that when he took a look, it probably looked like he caught the ball.
So 1 out in the inning. The score remains, tied at 4. As Ced Nunez comes to the plate, grounded out in his first at bat. Coden Murphy on at first. Bill Morgan and Adam Saweski, happy to have you along, and Nunez swinging and missing.
Another pizza for his favorite food.
One of the few left-handed batters.
Yeah.
Swings and misses, so that becomes the second out here in the top of the third.
As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Mac Jones, Cruz Heron, and Kenton Stutz all unable to play tonight as they are not in town, as vacation obviously plays a factor this time of year.
David Gezzi, the first baseman, who had a base hit and a couple of RBIs in his first at bat, pops it up on the infield. Ava Pace coming in, and she'll make the grab to end the inning. We played 2 1/2 at Tuscora Park. It is New Philadelphia VFW 1445-4 and Twin City 4 right here on the WJER YouTube channel.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Rightmark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Rightmark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
The bottom of inning number 3. And this is, but it isn't a championship game, because if New Philadelphia wins, well, it is a title game.
Yes.
They take it, winning the best of 3 series. If Twin City were to win, there will be a game 3, and we'll share that information if that actually ends up happening in terms of when and where that game would be played.
Peyton Cox is going to step in. His favorite food, traditional hot wings. And we actually confirmed that with his grandfather in between games, if you recall. And he goes, oh, yes, he definitely likes his hot wings. So
Toughness of an 8-year-old likes hot wings. I love it. Grounded out to the pitcher in his first at bat. Nice shot into short center field. That falls in for a base hit. Peyton going to dig around first and make a wide turn, but then thinks better of it and goes back.
Yeah, didn't want to run into an out there. First batter of the inning. Nice base hit.
Now to bring Camden Swales.
Camden's favorite food is mac and cheese as well.
Many pizza and mac and cheese fans.
Yes.
Now, I want you to think about this. Camden's mom, Natasha, who is that ball grounded to short. Grab, they're going to try and run, and they get him at second base. Great hustle that time. We've seen a lot of nice plays from Twin Cities' Knox Bennington at short.
Yeah, but he was just a step behind, so the Quakers have 2 on here with nobody out.
My apologies. I thought they called him out, but he is safe. So a pair on, nobody out. As Jackson Sunheimer pops it up, and
foul ball.
First baseman Gezzi nearly making a grab, but back to Carson and Camden's mom. That wonderful lady is trapped in a house with 5 boys, her husband and 4 sons. That ball grounded back to the pitcher, can't quite come up with it. Bennington grabs the ball, sticks on second base.
I thought he was going to twist that.
He does not. Cox advancing to third. Camden Swales out. Sunheimer reaching on the fielder's choice, and that'll bring Nash Apple to the plate. He struck out in his first at bat.
Another pizza fan with a pencil bat.
Well, he rips it, but fouls it off. First base side and off the screen.
It's moving so fast, Bill. I wanted to touch on this. Jackson Sunheimer, his favorite food, surf and turf.
How about that? I'm glad that's not my kid. I got to buy him surf and turf when we go out.
When I saw that, I'm like, holy cow.
His Uncle Kyle's going to have to go out and get a second job to pay for his dinner if he takes him out. And we got Peyton Cox tying his right shoe at third base. I think he went triple knot on that.
He did.
It took a little while.
He's not going to take any chances.
Swinging and missing does Jackson Sunheimer.
No, Sunheimer's at first, and that's my apology as I went back to Jackson.
Nope, that is my fault. So Sunheimer is at first. Nash Apple at the plate. That ball fouled off over toward the first base dugout.
He's battling.
So it's Jackson Sunheimer at first, Peyton Cox at third. 1 out in the bottom of the third inning. New Philly and Twin City tied up at 4. The next pitch from Coach Pace, slow grounder down to first. Gezzi picks up, steps on the bag, but the run scores. And New Philly now up 5-4 with Peyton Cox scoring from third after the RBI. Ground out by Nash Apple.
Camden Beebe steps to the plate. His favorite food is ice cream, so he goes right to dessert. He doesn't even waste any time.
That's my man right there. He bounces it off home plate. Murphy going to grab it and no throw, so an infield single, if you will, with Sunheimer hustling down to third. So Camden Beebe now 2 for 2, a double and a single and a run scored.
Another shoe tie. It's a brief timeout.
Cruz Pace at the plate, left-handed batter for the Quakers, who have their first lead of the evening at 5-4. He lifts it into short left field. That's going to be a base hit. That's going to be another Quaker run. So Pace with the hit, drives in Sunheimer, and it is a 2-run lead for New Philadelphia. VFW post 14:45, and boy, credit to post 14:45, credit to Claxon and Waxon and all the sponsors of these teams really make it possible for these teams to have jerseys and equipment and much, much more. That ball popped up, and a nice grab on the pitcher's mound that time to bring the inning to an end. And New Philadelphia, however, takes the lead for the first time as they score a couple of runs, and we head for the top of the fourth. New Philadelphia leading Twin City 6-4 on the WJER YouTube channel.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Chenaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Chenaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
We are halfway through this matchup between the New Philadelphia 8U team, sponsored by VFW Post 1445, and the Twin City team. New Philly, for the first time in this 6-inning matchup, with a lead of 6-4.
Liam Napier going to step to the plate for Claxon and Waxon, looking to get things started for them.
This game got underway. Defensively, he was playing out in left center. His first at bat, he reached base and would score what has been one of 4 runs so far for Twin City. Pops that one up, foul territory, and it will go foul.
And I know we touched on the field conditions prior too, but if you remember, Bill, when we were not playing, there was a lake in front of that first base dugout. It's completely dried up over there. It's pretty impressive.
A fly ball toward the shortstop area, knocked down, but beating it out. Napier down to first base.
Good hustle by Napier. Way to stay with it there for the Quakers, though. I mean, they made that play close.
Number 18, MJ Stringer.
It'll bring in Jay Stringer to the plate. MJ back in the first inning, singled. So trying to go 2 for 2 here in this big matchup between Twin City and New Philly. Fouls that one off.
MJ's favorite food is a cheeseburger.
Now.
I don't walk away from a cheeseburger.
No. What do they say? I've never met a cheeseburger I didn't like. Hopefully my doctor's not watching tonight. There's a fly ball, and that's going to fall into short right field. That's going to be a base hit. So make MJ 2 for 2. He's on at first. Napier goes to second.
Now batting number 13, Elliott Collins.
Elliott Collins, who reached base in his first at bat and drove in a run. Got a little bit of an open stance there from the right side. Swings and misses.
Elliott, another Aaron Judge fan.
Swings and misses at that one.
And his choice would be pizza as well. A lot of common likes here at the 8U level.
We've got somebody on one of these teams. He's one of the young men who can't be here tonight from Twin City, Cruz Heron, as Collins ends up swinging and missing for the first out.
Yeah, he was tugging at your heartstrings because he likes Fruity Pebbles.
Yes. I'm a cereal guy. I'll eat cereal for dinner. I mean, hopefully not tonight, but
another shoe tie. Well, we might as well hit those. Kenton Stutz, he's another unable to be here tonight, but his is shish kebabs. Can't go wrong with shish kebabs either.
Rocco Morrison at the plate, swinging and missing. Grounded back to the pitcher in his first at bat. Nice hit, popped up toward the shortstop, grabbed and back hustling over toward second base for the double play is Paxton Cox to end the inning. So we've played 3 1/2 from Tuscora Park. New Philadelphia leading the Twin City team 6-4 on the WJER YouTube channel.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Bottom of the fourth inning about to unfold from Tuscora Park. Twin City took an early lead, Adam, as they scored 4 runs in the first inning, but since that time, New Philadelphia has reeled off 6 straight, 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and 2 in the third.
And I'll tell you what, Bill, it's this time of games for 8U coaches is where they work the hardest, because you're sending 10 players out to the field, and you just got to hope they get to where they're supposed to be.
And people may hear that as they watch the live stream and kind of laugh, but listen, if you've ever tried to manage one of these teams at this level,
this is the learning age.
Oh,
I would give anything to go back and do it all again, because this was one of the funnest. This is where all the kids, everything, it's all smiles. They just love playing.
Well, they're as focused on what they're hoping will be popsicles or ice cream at the end of the game as they are on whether or not they win.
You are correct. It's just like Isaac Angel, who's stepping to the plate. His favorite food is a cheese pizza. If his dad has a cheese pizza waiting for him, he'll be a happy guy.
He may not know whether or not he won the game, as long as he's got that cheese pizza at about 8:30. Isaac had an RBI in his first at bat and was left on base. Pops that up, foul, first base side.
One thing that you don't see in a softball game on the hill here at the park is people lining the fences with their cars. They feel a little safer in an 8U contest,
yes.
I guess.
We may not see that in the 12U game.
The cars may back up a little bit.
The next pitch, swinging and missing. Mitch Pace, the head coach for this team. He's the pitcher. A line drive, nice grab. And we've seen some good plays defensively from the pitcher as well, Coden Murphy.
Yeah, Coden Murphy's got a great glove out there. I can see why he's got in the pitcher position.
Both he and Knox Bennington at shortstop have done a good job. As Luke Reed comes to the plate, Luke reached in his first at bat back in the second inning and was left on base.
That must have hit behind the plate.
While Coach Pace is pitching, Coach Dummermuth down at first base, Coach Swales at third base. Swings and misses. Well, don't think, though, that these kids aren't competitive. Luke swung and missed and struck out, and you could tell by looking at his face he was not happy.
No.
Headed back to the third base dugout.
Not at all.
That'll bring Carson Swales to the plate. Carson hits it hard. There's Knox Bennington in that good glove. Fires on to first base in time. And something very un-8U-like, a 1-2-3 inning. So we head for the fifth inning. It is the New Philadelphia VFW 1445 leading Twin City. Claxon and Waxon 6-4 on WJER's YouTube page and with Big Z Sports.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Chenaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Chenaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
Top of the fifth inning, this Twin City team, Adam, has 2 more at-bats, down by 2. But you know what? At 8U, 2 runs can disappear in terms of a deficit rather quickly.
Absolutely they can. And Grayson Margaret is going to see if he can't get things started for Claxon and Waxon. His favorite food, chicken fries.
That may be the most interesting choice.
Yes. Yeah, I would say, what's your thought on chicken fries?
I prefer to go with the young man who was a turf and surf guy. That was impressive.
I think anybody in the audience would go with him if that's what they're serving up.
Grayson grounded out to second base, and he pops that up, and that is a foul. So We had an initial, I guess, a misprint on the roster. His last name is, this comes from the coaching staff, Mahaffey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's definitely not. But you know my typing skills as well, so I apologize.
I'm
for
not
that.
commenting on. You did a great job gathering all this information. I'm just like televisioning. That ball popped up high, and
that might get the tent. Fans not expecting foul balls over the fence, and it woke them up. I thought it was going to get our tent, to be honest.
What was Will Ferrell's character's name in Anchorman? Ron Burgundy. There's a grounder to third. The throw to first base is not going to be in time, as Grayson Mahaffey will. So what I'm saying is, you're the brains. You typed up all that information. I'm just a talking head like Ron Burgundy.
So Grayson Mahaffey did a great job getting the inning started, just like he was wanting to do with that single.
Now to bring Connor Horstman to the plate. He's the last batter in the lineup, then back to the top for the team from Twin City. Coach Stuntz's next pitch, a swing and a miss.
Connor likes a good bowl of mac and cheese.
It's a nice swing there. Fouls it off on a line drive off of the fencing in front of the first base dugout. Who hung that banner over there? Did a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
He swings and misses. So he becomes the first out of the inning and heads back to the dugout and back to the top of the lineup for Twin Cities with Knox Bennington, who has reached base and scored in his first at-bat and lined out in his second on a nice play by Ava Pace. Pops that one up. It's going to bounce by second base. Pace will pick it up, step on the bag. And Grayson Mahaffey was not happy because he was forced out. But that was a no-win situation for Grayson, because if he takes off and runs second base and Ava catches that, then that becomes a double play.
Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't matter how fast he is. He wasn't going to make it to the bag in time, unfortunately.
Now to bring A.J. Beckley to the plate. A.J.'s had an infield single and grounded out to second base, and a nice swing by young Mr. Beckley there. Fouls it off.
Well, I will notice that that was another correction you made, though, because I have A.J. as number 2. He's wearing number 51. So you must have corrected that, because I haven't seen another number 2.
No, he is number 51. But, again, that information came from the coach.
Yeah, so. Which is good. It's better to have it accurate for the broadcast than go in not knowing.
There's a ball that sneaks past second baseman Ava Pace and into right field, and they're going to try and get the lead runner to third, and they do. That's Knox Bennington. So now runners on the corners with 2 out for Chilaxon and Waxon.
Coden Murphy's had a phenomenal game in the field thus far. Now he steps to the plate.
He's done a great job at the plate. 2 for 2 with a run scored. Swings and misses. Well, he'd like to be able to drive one from Coach Stutz into the outfield and get a run in, and he does just that. So that's going to be 1 run, and runners at first and second, and it's now a 1-run game.
Bats are getting hot just in time for Chilaxon and Waxon, tightening things up a little bit.
6-5, New Philly up by 1 as Nunez comes to the plate. He has grounded out and struck out in his 2 opportunities so far.
His favorite food is pizza.
Swings and misses at Coach Stutz's first offering. That ball's hit past the pitcher. Pace will pick it up, step on the bag, and they'll say it was in time to end the inning. But Twin City does score a run. We head for the bottom of the 5th. It is New Philadelphia, VFW Post 1445-6, and Twin City, Chilaxon and Waxon 5 on the Big Z Sports and WJER YouTube broadcast.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Gneaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Gneaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
Bottom of the fifth inning, and this New Philadelphia VFW Post 1445 team coming to bat for what they hope will be the final time. If they can keep this one-run lead or expand it, and Twin City can't match it in the top of the sixth, they will be the 8U champion. Ava Pace to lead things off. She's doubled and scored and lined out to Knox Bennington at short.
Ava, another favorite food being pizza. And you know what? It's been so long stepped away from this, Bill. As you were mentioning the innings, 7 innings is so wrapped into my brain right now. I forgot that this is a 6-inning contest.
Ava rips it into left center field, and that's going to roll about halfway to the fence. She's going to dig around first, go for second, and she gets about halfway there and says, nah, I think I'm going back to first.
Probably a smart decision, being the leadoff hitter.
Her baseball sensibility and the fact that Dad may have been shouting from the pitcher's mound, go back to first. We don't know that for sure. But that'll bring Peyton Cox to the plate. Peyton has singled and scored in 2 at-bats. Good-looking stance there for Peyton. He's the shortstop on this team.
That's a high
big
fly
pop.
ball.
That looks like it's going to fall in, and it does. And Pace beats it to second, digs around second. She's going to go in safely to third, and she's going to run and score all the way
back to third.
He sends her back to third. That's our umpire, Doug Barrick.
I think Dad wanted her to be at second base after the hit, so Ava said, well, I'll just make up for it. I'll get to third on that fly ball to center field.
Quakers at the corners. Now, nobody out as Camden Swales comes to the plate.
He's another one that would prefer a bowl of mac and cheese for his favorite meal.
How did you find out all of this information? That's what I want to know.
America
wants to know. Camden pops it up. Mr. Gezzi can't quite get to it. A run will score. That's Pace. It becomes 7-5 on the RBI base hit for Camden Swales. Cox goes to second.
That'll bring up Mr. Surf and Turf, Jackson Sunheimer.
Well, the way he's performing, he's reached base on a fielder's choice and scored, had a single and an RBI.
While they're tying the shoe, in other news, he does like Jeremiah Smith and Ken Griffey Jr. But I'm sorry, Jackson, when you say surf and turf's your favorite food, that's going to be the priority of what we talk about.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And based on the way he played tonight, he deserves surf and turf. Grounds it. Murphy has it go off his glove, and stopping at third will be the lead runner, Cox. Camden Swales to second, and Sunheimer at first. I'll bring Nash Apple up. Nash did one of those things in his last at-bat. He got out, but he put the ball in play and drove in a run.
Yeah, which he's got the opportunity to do now with the bases loaded. That's all they're looking for here is just the ball in play.
Nobody out, the bases loaded, the pitch, and he grounds towards first, and that ball's going to sneak into right field. One Quaker run will score. And rounding third, and Camden Swales scoring as well. So the Quakers put 2 more on the board. Now a total of 3 in the bottom of the fifth. And they lead 9-5, and they've got runners at first and third after the 2 RBI single by Nash Apple.
Camden Beebe due up as they're paging him out of the dugout. This is your guy that he prefers ice cream for his favorite food.
Interesting that he did not specify the flavor.
True.
He has a slow roller in front of home plate, trying to score and doing so as Beebe beat it out to first. Jackson Sunheimer scores from third.
I'll tell you what, Bill, for the first time tonight, we might see the 6-run rule come into play.
Now they've already tallied 4 in the inning and now lead 10-5. As Cruz Pace comes to the plate, he had an RBI base hit in his last at bat. A slow roller now. I asked this question. You know what? I think in the 6th inning, and I'm going back to trying to remember the rules, I think the 6-run rule is off.
In the 6th inning, yes.
Yeah, in the
that
6th
is
inning.
correct.
So, yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, so even if they were to get 2 more runs and have a 7-run cushion, Twin City would still have that opportunity to battle back.
Yep.
That ball's popped and goes over Bennington's head into left field. They're going to try and score another run, rounding third, and Nash Apple does score.
He's going to go get it sent back. He didn't quite get to the line in time.
So for the second time here in the bottom of the 5th inning, the Quakers have the bases loaded. That'll bring Brixton Johnson to the plate.
Favorite player is Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, that's a good favorite player to have.
With the pencil bat in use.
I'd like to see Shohei Ohtani use a pencil bat.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think he wears 18, and I believe Shohei Ohtani wears 18. That may have played a factor.
And Shohei Ohtani back to pitching now.
I was just corrected for the 37th time today. He wears 17. So I would have been wrong again.
Are you taking that word from the production table?
I am.
I mean, he knows a little bit about golf back there, but Shohei Ohtani's numbering? I don't know about that. They tag out the runner, try to throw it on to first, and can't get the runner. Another run scores. That's Nash Apple. Beebe goes to third.
And Isaac Angel's going to step in. Jose Ramirez fan.
Isaac's got an RBI in this game. His team's up 12-5. Throw to first base, not going to be in time.
I'm starting to wonder, in the championship game, does the 6-run rule go away altogether? Because they've scored more than 6 in this inning, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
We'll have to get that clarified.
There's a slow roller to the first base side of the pitcher's mound. The throw to first base going to be in time.
Back to the top as Carson Swales steps back in.
Roller to Bennington at short. Yeah, that's a really good question because...
And real quick, Bill, I apologize that I've missed this thus far, but another player for New Philadelphia that's on vacation is Beckett Newburn. So he's missing this game tonight due to a vacation. So we want to give him a shout out, obviously, for being on this new Philly team.
Ava Pace with a high pop-up and a nice play out at second base by Rocco Morrison to bring the inning to a close. So we head for the 6th. That is New Philadelphia 13 and Twin City 5 on Big Z Sports and WJER YouTube page.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Rightmark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Well, Twin City needing a big top of the sixth inning. They trail 13-5. If they are unable to rally in 8U baseball,
anything's possible.
It clearly is. But if they do not rally, then New Philadelphia VFW Post 1445 squad will be the 8U champion, winning a 3-game series, 2-0. First baseman David Gezzi to the plate.
And David has other plans for that, so he's going to want to get things underway here for Claxon and Waxon.
Well, his team's had 5 runs to this point, and he's had 2 RBIs amongst the 5 runs scored. David, a tall young man, hoping to start this 6th inning. Swinging and missing at that one. I think I was in about 5th grade before I was that tall. I mean, he's a tall young dude.
Me, on the other hand, I think I was probably in kindergarten.
Yeah, well, you're a much taller guy than I. No question. The next pitch, Gezzi jacks it, and that's going to go over the head of the left center fielder. So Gezzi going to reach first base, rounds first, goes right back there. He's a leadoff runner on.
That was a bomb.
Yeah. That may be the biggest distance ball we've seen hit so far tonight.
I think it's very possible. You are correct.
Liam Napier to the plate. Has been on base in both of his at-bats. Has scored a run. Hits that one back. The pitcher scoops, fires on to first base. So a nice job by Carson Swales from the pitching spot. Gezzi goes to second.
And at the conclusion of today's game, we will keep the cameras rolling, so we won't be talking, but so you can see any presentations or whatnot that may take place after the game.
That'll bring MJ Stinger to the plate and hits it to shortstop, and Cox fields it, but can't tag Gezzi.
Yeah, he thought about the tag. And then went tried to get the out at first, but it was a little too late.
So runners on first and third, 1 out. Elliot Collins at the plate. Elliot's got an RBI tonight. Fouls that pitch off.
Elliot's wanting to get some pizza, as that's his favorite food.
Coach Stutz' next pitch, lifted on a fly, short center field. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Gezzi will score. That makes it 13-6 as Collins picks up the base hit and the RBI.
Claxon and Waxon starting to string some hits together.
Stopping out at second, Stinger, and that'll bring Rocco Morrison to the plate. Rocco lifts that, and that's going to fall in for a base hit to short right field. They're trying to get the ball back into the infield, and
that'll be another run scored for the Twin City.
So Stinger scores, making it 13-7. Collins to second. Morrison at first with the hit and the RBI as Grayson Mahaffey comes to the plate and fouls that first one off. So certainly from the New Philadelphia perspective, it's a good thing they had a bunch of runs.
Yes.
In the bottom of the 5th. Otherwise, right now, they'd be down by a run. The next pitch, that's fouled back. So 1 out in the inning. 2 runs in, 2 runners on. The next pitch, there's a slow roller, foul. Down to first base. Nathan Gezzi coaching at first, and
fouled that one away as well.
So the next pitch, that's fouled.
Making the pitcher work. Racking up the pitch count.
Coach Stutz. At this point, I'm sure his favorite food is pizza once he gets a... And there's a shot that's ripped to short. Cox will field it. He'll throw to second in time to get the runner sliding into second base, Rocco Morrison.
That was a nice play there by Cox because the third baseman obviously was going for the same ball, so that kind of took away the force at third. Cox had to know to turn around and throw to second base instead.
The Twin City team down to their last out, trailing 13-7. Connor Horseman at the plate. Hits a slow roller that's just going to go foul down that first base line. So everybody's going to have to go back to where they were. Twin City runners at the corners. Elliott Collins at third. Grayson Mahaffey at first. Connor Horseman fouls that one off. Battling. Of course, he's like, I don't want to be the last out. I want to put this ball in play and drive in another run.
Heck yeah.
The next pitch, a swing and a miss. And congratulations to the New Philadelphia 8U BFW Post 1445 team as they win the 8U championship for the 2025 season. Now that's impressive. You win an 8U championship and somebody's setting off fireworks.
That is pretty impressive.
Now whether or not that falls within the city of New Philadelphia codified ordinances, I'm not sure about that. But
we can't confirm or deny that.
No. We're not being involved, and you see good sportsmanship.
Absolutely.
As these two teams going to shake hands at home plate.
And like we said numerous times, congratulations to both of these teams as they both had outstanding seasons. Obviously, out of the number of teams that compete at the 8U level, to be in the gold bracket and to be the last two standing per se, that's a great accomplishment.
So congratulations as New Philadelphia picks up the victory. We will have a second game to broadcast. 12U coming up as Dover Allied Machine takes on Ridgewood.
And we'll take we could maybe step aside here, get an exact plan as to what's going to happen until we find that out exactly. But like I said, I think we can go picture in picture and just kind of show the field. They are going to just do some pictures here. I believe they'll have a little bit of a ceremony here. So I'm sure we can step away for a minute and let that stuff progress.
An award ceremony following this 8U matchup between New Philadelphia VFW Post 1445. They were the winners to take the best-of-3 series, 2-0, and a very talented team as well from the Twin City Claxon and Waxon team, and both teams going to get
some rings, which is really cool.
Something they no doubt, Adam, will remember for a long, long time, both the first and second place teams.
Looks like they're just kind of sorting them out here real quick, and then they'll announce each player each respective coach will announce the players, and they'll go out and get their rings, and they'll do some photos, and we'll get things set for the 12U matchup.
Well, when you put dads in charge of rings, I mean, they were lucky to get the one ring right when they married the moms. Now all of a sudden they got to be in charge of 11 or 12 rings. Then we probably got a problem.
You are correct. You are correct.
And if the dads see this on the replay, my name is Adam Soweski. You can reach me at 2424 East High in New Philly.
Oh, and I think I see the issue right now. All the rings, they're in sealed plastic, obviously, so they wouldn't get scratched because you don't want them to be damaged. So the coaches are trying to pull those apart as fast as they can.
Our second game tonight going to be a one-game championship in 12U between Dover's 12U team, sponsored by Allied Machine, and Ridgewood, sponsored by Locals Barbershop, and both those teams out warming up. Dover down the first base / right field line, and Ridgewood out down the left field line. Coach Pace from the New Philly team addressing both teams.
As the players are beginning to get introduced.
And as it tends to go in these types of presentations, we've seen it at the high school level. The runners-up get their honors first, and then the championship team will go next.
And was I incorrect again? It looks like these are, ring, but then it looked like they got
double honors here.
Rings and a, wow.
Well, good for them.
Taking home the hardware.
As Adam was mentioning, a ring and a medal they get put around their neck with a nice ribbon. Parents out there with phones taking pictures and no doubt videos as well for this talented Twin City team.
Coach Stutz was telling me that there's obviously at 8U there's always a mix of players, and they have quite a few of these players are going to be back next year. So that's obviously promising at the 8U level. Some of them will be moving up. But like I said, great season by both teams. And once again, Mac Jones, Cruz Heron, and Kenton Stutz were all unable to participate in tonight's game as they were at vacations or whatnot. I know they were tuned in watching their teammates and would have loved to have been here, but sometimes schedules just don't align.
Well, certainly not in the busy summer months, and they'll get a medal and a ring when they return. And you can see the parents and players from both teams applauding for this Twin City team as they finish wrapping up. And Coach Stuntz mentioning the young men, as Adam just did, who are key roles on this team but unable to be here tonight.
So what we can do, Bill, because with the live stream and with the video showing what it is, like I said, both teams are going to get these rings and medals. We'll go ahead and step away again and kind of catch our breath, and we'll come back as the before the 12U championship game gets underway. But anybody that's watching right now will be able to see exactly what's happening on the field, so you'll know where things are at ahead of the start of that game. After a little bit of a break here on the WJER YouTube channel with Big Z Sports.
12U championship baseball for Tuscora County. It is Ridgewood, and before people start texting you, Adam, we realize technically they're in Coshocton County, but
yes,
they are in this league.
They are in the Tuscora County League. Yes, that's correct.
So Ridgewood, Locals Barber, they are doing battle with Dover, sponsored by Allied Machine.
And I was out doing a little grunt work, and I guess both of these teams did play one another in the regular season. And it was Ridgewood on top. It was 6-3, but I guess it was a very competitive game. It was a 3-run homer, actually, towards the end was the separator. So looking forward to a great 12U championship game here.
When we look at this Dover team, something interesting to note, and obviously we'll dive into the players and both these teams, but one of the assistant coaches for the Dover Allied Machine team, if you're a fan of area high school football, he has had great runs coaching at both Sandy Valley and at West Holmes. Zach Gardner will be coaching first base for this Dover team. And we're going to go out on the field here momentarily and get our, they're continuing to introduce everybody.
Yeah, we're going to do the national anthem.
Now we're going to do the national anthem, so we'll be right back after we take a listen to that.
All right, boys, good luck. Play hard, man.
So it is Dover and Ridgewood. I'm Bill Morgan with Adam Soweski from Big Z Sports, and we're also on the WJER YouTube page for tonight's matchup. We have a two-man umpiring crew. Doug Barrick, who was the singular umpire for the 8U championship game. Mr. Barrick will be behind the plate. Andrew Stahl will be the base umpire for this matchup. And as folks look in at him at the live stream, the field looks to be in pretty good shape, and that wasn't the case about an hour and 45 minutes ago.
No, it absolutely was not, Bill, and that's what I was actually just telling somebody that. And it's funny that a lot of them were tuning into our live stream of the 8U game because it was giving a visual of the field conditions. And I can tell you that most of them did not think that they would be taking the field here at 8:48 this evening. But as I mentioned, if they could get the field playable for that 8U game, the field would be pristine in time for this 12U game. And if you take a look out there now, it's just about that. It's about perfect. And these guys are going to have a nice field to battle on.
Interestingly enough, Ridgewood, by the nature of the brackets and seating, they are the home team, although they are obviously much further from their home field than the Dover team is from there. So Dover will lead things off here in the top of the first inning. And Adam, go ahead if you get a chance. And we've got a few seconds here to thank our sponsors that are making all of this possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to thank Right Mark Roofing for jumping on board for tonight's broadcast, as well as Amici's Pizza with 2 locations in West Lafayette and Jeanette Hutton, as well as the New Philadelphia VFW Post 1445. we thank them tremendously for their, jumping on board and helping support this broadcast tonight. As the pitcher, Waylon McKiston, is getting his warm-up pitches in, and that's a tall kid.
That is for a 12-year-old. You know who else we have to thank?
Who's that?
The great folks from Claxon Communications.
Absolutely.
For doing everything that they have done. Keeping their equipment dry. That was a big challenge earlier on.
Yes. And, with the crew of Logan, McPeek, and Micayela Plants, with Casey Claxon in attendance, there's just added pressure for that equipment to stay dry.
Well, no doubt about that. But I have never seen, and given they're both teenagers, the amount of pizza they consume between games was unbelievable.
I was starting to wonder if we were going to get a slice.
I don't think Casey did get a slice. He was eating leftover pepperoni that they picked off of their pizzas. Poor Casey. He'll have to find someplace open between here and Kimbolton on his way home.
He might make a special call to Amici's Pizza and get his own.
There you go. Billy Rucksager, the shortstop for Dover, to lead things off, and McQuiston's first pitch, a called strike. His battery mate, the catcher, is Bowen Keffer. The 0-1 pitch, high and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. The Dover team sponsored by Allied Machine. The 1-1 offering from McQuiston, high, ball 2. We mentioned this in our first 8U game, Adam, but the sponsors of these teams, they are very key, so these teams have nice uniforms.
Absolutely.
All of that kind of important stuff. McQuiston checks in the 2-1 pitch, just off the plate, 3-1.
Rucksager, his favorite athlete is Jose Ramirez, another Guardian fan.
McQuiston tall on that Tuscora Park field mound. The 3-1 pitch, a swing and a miss by Rucksager. The count now full.
Definitely not lacking velocity on the mound. He's bringing it.
3 balls, 2 strikes. McQuiston with that glove high in front of his face. And the pitch fouled. Well, we mentioned Zach Gardner, former varsity football coach at Sandy Valley and West Holmes. He got right out of the way.
Yeah,
Coach knows a lot about football. No, he's forgotten more than we know, but I don't think he wanted any part of that baseball.
No, that was definitely a business decision.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. 3-2, the count remains. The pitch, a swing and a miss. So, Rucksager fanning to start the game for Dover. The second baseman for Dover, Ezekiel Benson, a right-handed hitter like his teammate Rucksager before him. Coming to the plate, McQuiston's first pitch to him, missing high and out of the zone for a ball.
I'm going to challenge you with his favorite athlete. It's Luis Hernandez. Do you know who that is?
Well, the only reason I know is because there's a highlight note on my lineup sheet. Otherwise, no, I would have no idea.
That's right. I forgot you have the same sheet I do.
I should have said it. You would have been very impressed.
I would have, because that's how well I remember things.
1 ball and 1. No, I have to tell everybody who that
yes.
is. The 1-1 pitch fouled into the dirt down the plate.
Luis Hernandez is the LSU catcher, so that's his favorite athlete.
And how about this? I mean, Ezekiel is well-versed. He's diverse. His favorite food is sushi.
Yes.
Oh, my.
Yeah. He took some time with those answers.
Next pitch, that misses as the count evens up at 2-2. The pitcher is Waylon McQuiston. The catcher, Bowen Keffer, around the infield defensively. At third base, Wyatt Fry. The shortstop is Max Ziegler. The second baseman, Mason Addy. And at first base, Carson Lusk. 2 balls, 2 strikes. McQuiston's next pitch, a called strike 3 on the inside corner.
Yeah, I brought the heat to the inside part of the plate and to get the strikeout. Cruz Schweitzer steps in. Where's number 27?
He's the catcher for Dover. He looks like a catcher in terms of his physique.
He absolutely does.
McQuiston's first pitch to him, called strike.
Cruz's favorite players, number 27 is Mike Trout.
Now that is a heck of a ball player right
yes.
there.
I believe he is number 27. See if I get corrected by the producer again.
I got
the thumb up. I got the thumbs up.
I don't even know how he knows that, if he knows that. He claimed to know Shohei Ohtani's number in the first game. 1 ball, 1 strike. The next pitch missing just off the plate, 2-1. And the outfield for Ridgewood, Grayson Bamer in left. In center, Lucas Lammers.
And it doesn't look like they gave us a right fielder.
I was just looking for that. I think that's probably going to be Cole Fender, who they have listed as an extra hitter, but
I can't make out his number from here. That's quite a ways away.
3 balls, 1 strike. The next pitch, that misses, so Schweitzer becomes a 2-out base runner via the walk. Micah Faulkner, he is Dover's pitcher, and
Micah, his favorite player, Ellie De La Cruz. I was talking to his mom briefly before the game, and she thought that he would possibly select his sister, who just won a state championship for Dover on the softball field. He stuck with Ellie De La Cruz.
Wow, that's a tough household there. Off and running, and in state safely with a stolen base. Now they put in a pinch runner for Schweitzer.
And they're limited because I know that their one sub is actually a 10U player that they pulled up. But I think you can use furthest from that might be Ezekiel Benson. Last batted out is usually how that works.
The 1-0 pitch hit into the dirt, then over toward the Dover first base dugout, and it's foul.
It is, in fact, Benson pinch running for Schweitzer.
Top of the first inning, the 12U T-County Championship game. Young Mr. McQuiston says, "Can I have a ball that's not dirty and wet?" And our base umpire, Andrew Stahl, says, "Yes, sir, you may." 1 ball, 1 strike. Faulkner's next pitch lined foul, and I am glad the fencing is new and in front of us.
Yeah, I would say the Ridgewood bench is now awake.
Indeed, they are.
Looking in there, looks like Lincoln James was the one that took the brunt of that one right to the fence. He's the most awake, I should say.
1 ball, 2 strikes. McQuiston looking back at Benson, the pinch runner at second. And the pitch. Great job by Faulkner battling in there to get a piece of that and foul it off. How do you not name your sister, who won a state championship, as your favorite athlete?
I don't know.
Wow.
Might be a discussion for after the game, right?
Yeah, well. She probably texting his phone right now that he may not see till after the game. Boy, what a run that was by the Dover softball team. The 1-2 pitch, again, Faulkner continuing to battle as he fouls that one off.
Yeah, Dover doing a good job. I mean, obviously, one thing you got to factor in, I believe, which we have a little bit of knowledge sitting around us, but I believe the pitch count would still be in order here, even for a championship game. I'm sure there's limits, and they're forcing a lot of pitches early on.
1-2, the count remains. Quiston looks out at Benson at second. The pitch, a swing and a miss. So Waylon McQuiston strikes out the side, and Dover leads a runner on. After a half inning, Dover scoreless, and Ridgewood coming to bat on the WJER YouTube channel.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza, with locations in West Lafayette and Chenaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Chenaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
After a half inning of play in this Tuscora County 12U League Championship game, Dover scoreless. And Ridgewood coming to bat.
A lot of times when you get to this, we were talking off air for a minute, you get the games at this level, especially in 12U, they sometimes turn into pitchers' duels because you got to have the pitching to get to this game. So a lot of times that's how these play out. So we shall see.
Well, Faulkner, who struck out to end the Dover top of the first inning. Kind of interesting because not too often do you see a guy who bats from the left side but throws from the right side.
That is very, very intriguing.
Unique, maybe is the word?
Unique, yes.
The catcher, Bowen Kemper, to lead things off for Ridgewood here in the bottom of the first inning. Their sponsor, Locals Barbershop.
Bowen's favorite food is deer steaks.
Now that is very Coshocton County-esque.
Yes, it is.
Well, we've got another interesting Coshocton County fact to pass along momentarily. He'll show bunt, does Kemper, and fouls it off. Coshocton County, when it comes to deer gun season, leads the county every year in deers harvested, I think is the proper term.
Okay. So what you're saying is they take it very seriously down there.
Yes, they do.
And they're very good at it.
I was going to say, and apparently they're very good at it. The 0-1 pitch reaches down to grab that one, but fouls it off to the first base side of home plate. And it's usually Coshocton County, Tuscarawas County, and then Muskingum County.
Which would make sense. That's I would say that's very fitting for the state of Ohio.
The 0-2 from Faulkner fouled off and out of play.
And that's the moments, that first foul ball like that's where everybody starts to rethink, oh, did I park in the right spot?
People scrambling for their keys.
Honey, go move the car. That's not a good spot to park.
Keffer battling down on the count, 0-2. The pitch from Faulkner, a called strike three at the letters.
One with an off speed there, dropped it right into the zone. Nice pitch.
Well, we combine here in the bottom of the first, 4 total outs so far, all via the strikeout.
Mason Addy steps in. Favorite player is Stephen Kwan.
That pitch sailing high from Micah Faulkner. Shortstop Max Ziegler waiting on deck for the team from West Lafayette. That ball lifted on a fly to center, and nice job roaming over and making the grab was Aiden Clayton for the second out. Now he put a charge into that one.
Yes, he did. Max Ziegler steps in. Where's number 9?
Dover sent 4 batters to the plate in the top of the inning. Got one on. There's a long fly ball into right center field. That's going to fall in for a base hit. That's going to roll all the way to the wall. Ziegler digging around first base, and he'll have a 2-out stand-up double to give Locals Barbershop their first runner of the game.
Yeah, put a nice charge into that ball and was able to find the gap and get a stand-up double. Bringing up the pitcher, Waylon McQuiston. His favorite player, Fernando Tatis.
McQuiston got that bat resting on his right shoulder. Faulkner steps off of the rubber and looks the runner back at second. Faulkner coming set. The pitch rolled foul down the third base line. Now it looks like McQuiston has one of those running gloves.
Yeah, the mitt.
Yeah.
He tells you that he's used to be. He prefers being on base because he's prepared for it.
0-1. Faulkner ready. The next offering, missing outside for a ball. 1-1. If McQuiston extends the inning, Carson Lusk waiting on deck. Faulkner glancing back towards second. Now he's ready. The 1-1 pitch. Line drive, base hit into right field. That's going to go all the way to the wall. That's going to be a Ridgewood run as Ziegler rounds third. He scores, and back-to-back two-out doubles gives Ridgewood an early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, 2 line drive hits back-to-back. They're good pieces of hitting. Keep the Ridgewood bottom half of the first inning going. And as you mentioned, Carson Lusk stepping in. His favorite food, chicken Alfredo.
Some diverse taste on these two teams. Carson's dad, Devin, the head coach of this team. Pitch missing high, trying to steal third, and doing so. McQuiston slides in safely. He'll dig around third on the overthrow and score. So Ridgewood, back-to-back, two-out runs.
I think we're going to have a conversation here, though. I don't know if the batter interfered with that throw, but the fact he stayed in the box, I don't think there's anything they can do.
So our two umpires, Doug Barrick behind the plate, Andrew Stoll on the bases, have a brief conversation, but as Adam alluded to, nothing will change.
Yeah, no contact was made, so it did not interfere with the throw.
Lusk ahead in the count, 1-0. That pitch fouled back off and right off the top of somebody's white SUV. Is that yours? No, you got a truck.
Yeah, I got a truck, and I wouldn't care if mine gets hit anyways.
You have a Sanford and Son-esque truck.
I do.
You have.
Yes, I do.
1-1. Now you don't look like Fred Sanford, but that's another story. That ball fouled off, and that's back, and that bounces off.
Wabash.
Wabash.
The Wabash Hill is going to get very busy here, I have a feeling.
So Lusk now finding himself down in the count at 1-2.
I think the first car movement's happening as we speak.
Faulkner, a long look in at his catcher, Schweitzer. The next pitch, grounded off the glove of the shortstop, so that error will allow Lusk to reach. And after the first two batters were retired, back-to-back base runners for Ridgewood.
Lucas Lammers steps in, wears number 4. Favorite athlete, Grant Lammers, his older brother, senior quarterback, or he graduated this year, a Ridgewood quarterback last year. He got the nod over his sister, Addison Lammers, who was the pitcher for Ridgewood.
I wonder if there was any type of payoffs going on with his siblings as to who was going to get the nod there.
It may have very well came, which one was at home when the question was asked.
No doubt. Ridgewood scored 2 here in the first. 2 outs, 1-1 to count on Lucas Lammers. Lusk at first base, leading there. The next pitch, a swing and a miss by Lammers.
Yeah, Tornadoes obviously, they want to limit the damage here as it's already 2-0.
Faulkner stepping to the back of the rubber. Quick adjustment of his hat, climbs back on, and the 2-2 pitch. Down low, ball 3. So all the damage Ridgewood has done here in the first inning has come with 2 outs. The count full, Faulkner ready. The 3-2 pitch down low, ball 4.
So Lammers battles back there, gets a walk to extend the locals barbershop inning. Wyatt Fry steps to the plate. His favorite athlete is Nick Chubb. So he has to go get a Texans jersey now if he wants to stay up on that.
It'll be very interesting to see what Chubb does down in Houston, how soon he's healthy and able to assert himself on the field. The next pitch, a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on the right-handed hitting Wyatt Fry. Ridgewood with 2 on. The next pitch, that's low. Schweitzer tries to frame it behind the plate to maybe get a call and doesn't. Faulkner checking for the sign, and his 2-1 pitch bounced back to Faulkner. He fields, fires on to first base just in time to get Fry at first to end the Ridgewood opening inning, but Locals Barbershop scores 2 times. After 1, it is Ridgewood leading Dover 2-0 on the WJER YouTube feed.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Second inning of action from our 12U championship game. In this Tuscarawas County League, as Dover battling Ridgewood. Dover sent 4 batters to the plate in their first go-round against Ridgewood. 1 reached base. That was Crew Schweitzer via the 2-out walk. But other than that, Waylon McQuiston was solid to be sure at him in the first inning, striking out the other 3 batters he faced.
Absolutely. Due up for Allied Machine, Junior McDonald, Ari Gardner, and Maddox McConnell. Side note, their favorite food, all 3 of them, pizza. So you think the 3 of them get together and just have a pizza party?
Could you imagine the damage they could do? 3 12-year-olds, they're growing, they're getting taller. I mean, I hope mom and dad, and I'm sure they don't, they're not getting 1 pizza.
No. If the 3 of them are together?
Oh,
no.
They would destroy that thing and immediately begin looking for the second. McQuiston's first pitch of the second popped up, and that ball's going to fall in right field, and simply one of those.
Yeah, kind of fell into no man's land there. What do they call that, a Texas leaguer?
Something like that. Junior McDonald reaching with Dover's first hit of the evening.
Ari Gardner steps in. Obviously, we mentioned his dad, the first base coach down there. Coming at no surprise, his favorite athlete, Miles Garrett.
There you have it. Pitch getting away, and the catcher, Keffer, quick to track it down so that McDonald can't advance. The next pitch to Gardner, called strike, and he kind of leaned back a little bit out of the way of that one, did Ari. Quiston wanting a new baseball, and he'll get one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dover down 2-0. This Dover team sponsored by Allied Machine, the Stokey family, for so many years, supporting a lot of different things that go on in the community. Quiston coming set, and the big right-handers 1-1 offering. High ball 2.
Dover did exactly what you want to do, though. Coming, now trailing 2-0, getting that leadoff batter, getting him on base. Try to get something started here in the top half of the second.
Gardner looks at him, McQuiston. He looks back in. The 2-1 pitch, that bounces in the dirt, trying to hustle and get down to second base, and doing so easily. On the wild pitch is McDonald. So Gardner way out in front on the count at 3 balls, 1 strike. Dover down 2-0, but we're only in the top of the second. McQuiston coming set, and his 3-1. Gardner, a big rip at the plate, fouls it straight back, 3-2. Quiston checks in with Bowen Keffer, his battery mate, gets the sign, looks back at McDonald at second. The next pitch, that's down low in the dirt. McDonald going to try and get to third. The throw is not going to be in time. McDonald's slide came up a bit short.
Number 2, Maddox McConnell.
Held the tag until time was called.
So Gardner walks. So Dover's got runners on the corners, and they've got something cooking here in the top of the second as left fielder Maddox McConnell comes to the plate. McQuiston's first pitch to him, a called strike, and stealing second, as you often see at the Little League level with a runner on third and no throw.
Yeah.
So Dover's got the tying runs in scoring position.
McConnell's favorite athlete, Shohei Ohtani. As we learned in the 8U game, wears number 17.
You're really trusting McPeek on that. I mean,
he seemed very confident in correcting me, so I got to roll with it.
But remember when your kids were that age, I mean, they'd try to sell you something, a bill of goods, if you will, and it might have been a good idea to Google it.
That's true.
I'm not saying that he's incorrect. I'm just saying he could have been trying to, sell you some 411. The next pitch down low as the count evens up at 2-2.
And he has learned at a young age to be confident in his response.
Well, and that's one of the reasons I believe he could have pulled the wool over our eyes, because he said it so confidently. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he takes a called strike 3, does McConnell. That is already the 4th strikeout for Waylon McQuiston.
Landon Bailey steps in. His favorite athlete, Muhammad Ali.
How about that?
Yes. We were impressed with Michael Jordan in the last game.
Pitch getting away, and not far enough, though, because that ball really came bounding off of the padded part of the backstop, so it came right back to home plate, and Junior McDonald at third did not try to score. 1 ball, no strikes. Bailey, the right fielder for this Dover team. The 1-0 pitch, called strike. Well, Dover certainly hoping to get some damage done because they had runners on second and third, nobody out. Now there is 1 out. Bailey, a little bit of an open stance with that left foot up and swings and misses. So far for Dover, who's the away team on the scoreboard tonight, they've had 4 outs, all via the strikeout because of Waylon McQuiston on the mound. The 1-2 pitch, a called strike 3.
Number 3,
And while no coach wants strikeouts, I'm sure if you talk with Coach Blue, the head coach for Dover, what he doesn't want is to see the guys watch it.
Yes, exactly. When the pitches have been obviously in about the same location, there hasn't been a lot of, the strikes are being called in the same spot. So you got to start approaching those, try to get the bat on, at least foul it away.
I'm going to bring Aiden Clayton to the plate, the number 9 hitter for this Dover team.
Clayton's favorite food is blue Takis. Do you know what blue Takis are?
I do.
Yeah.
I've seen you eating those at the radio station before.
Yes, Takis that's a good snack.
How would you differentiate, being a snack food expert, a Taki from a Dorito?
Much hotter.
Okay.
Much hotter.
I like the way you quickly responded to that.
It's that confidence thing we
Well,
learned
yeah.
how to do.
All right. You stole that from McPeek. The 2-0 pitch. Clayton chasing it, trying to drive that into the outfield and drive in a couple of runs, unable to catch up to it. 2-1. If Clayton can reach, then back to the top of the Dover lineup. 2 balls and a strike. McQuiston ready, and the pitch. A swing and a miss, so it's 2-2. Waylon McQuiston doing a good job at this point, battling back after initially falling behind at 2-0.
Yeah.
He settles on the mound, does McQuiston, and the 2-2 pitch. Outside and low, ball 3. Rugseger, the Dover shortstop, waiting on deck, hoping for an opportunity. 3-2. McQuiston takes a deep breath, kind of looking in for the sign. He's ready. Here comes that 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with Dover players.
And they're going to roll back to the top of the order with Billy Rugseger coming to the plate. Bases loaded. His favorite food, hot dogs.
That's what I like.
Take you out to
Plain,
the ball game.
Simple.
Yeah, just give me a hot dog.
Billy struck out leading off the game last inning, and he wants to right that wrong here. Called strike on a pitch that honestly, that looked a little bit high.
Yes, I will agree with you on that. That would be a tough one to catch up to.
McDonald at third, Gardner at second, Clayton at first. The 0-1 pitch. A called strike, and that gets away from the catcher.
Home plate umpire Doug Barrick. His wife, I believe, still watching.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's in between games. I believe he said that she is still watching. She knows right where he's at. YouTube footage of it.
She's keeping very close eye. The 0-2 pitch and a called strike 3. So for the second time in as many innings, Waylon McQuiston strikes out the side. We have played an inning and a half, and it is Ridgewood with an early lead 2-0 on the WJER YouTube page.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Gneaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Gneaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
Bottom of the second inning, and Ridgewood Locals Barber Shop, who put 2 on the board in the first, would no doubt like to add to their lead. And Dover had an opportunity in the top of the second, but could not quite take advantage of it, Adam.
No, obviously they were right where they wanted to be, second and third, no out. Unfortunately, couldn't get them to go the one more advance, at least one more base to be able to get one of those runs on the board.
Eight, 9, and 1 in Devin Lusk's order, beginning with Cole Fender, the right fielder.
Bottom of the second for Locals, number 1, Cole Fender.
Cole Fender's favorite player, Jose Ramirez.
Without question, between our 8U and 12U game, Jose has been the leader in terms of...
He's definitely the leader in the clubhouse for favorite athlete.
Hockler's first pitch, a swing and a miss. What did you, now we haven't seen this so far in this game, but in the 8U game saw several young men with the pencil bat, and you did some between game checking as Fender swings and misses, now down to the count 0-2. You said that bat was $3 bills?
$3 bills was the estimated price on that, yes.
Fockler's 0-2 pitch, a called strike 3.
Faulkner did a good job dropping that one into the zone. Sorry, I lost my train of thought because this looks like a marker instead of a pencil.
As Grayson Bamer comes to the plate, swings and misses.
Grayson's favorite player, Michael Jordan. Love to see that. Somebody's educating him.
Well, one of the interesting things, and we had somebody who had an MJ as swings and misses at that pitch in the first game. I mean, these young men certainly aren't old enough to have ever seen Jordan actually play.
No, yeah, exactly.
The 0-2 pitch, a swing and a miss, so a good start to the bottom of the second by Dover pitcher Micah Fockler as he's fanned out back-to-back Ridgewood Locals Barbershop players.
Yeah, we're going to have to listen in here. I don't have a number 0 on my roster. I'm not sure who this is that's hitting.
Yeah, I do not either.
And I believe the announcer's in the same
Well, he is, because he took a picture of these lineup sheets that you got. So.
Yeah. This is what I was given.
Line drive down toward first base. Scooped it up and running to the first base bag. Nice play down there by Junior McDonald to end the Dover inning. To end the Ridgewood inning. So we played 2 complete, and Ridgewood with an early 2-0 advantage with Big Z Sports and the WJER YouTube page.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
The third inning about to unfold from Tuscora Park, field number 2, where varsity softball is played for the New Philadelphia Quakers and Little League Baseball is played, and this is Tuscarawas County 12U Championship game.
And number 0 was Jackson Grimmett, who hit the ground ball to first base to end the Ridgewood inning. Had to do some quick checking on that one.
He was batting for Bowen Keffer, the catcher, but Keffer back into the lineup behind the plate, and probably, and we are certainly not head coach Devin Lusk, but trying to give as many kids as possible an opportunity to actually play in this game.
That, and I'm not sure, Bill, but are they possibly just batting their whole roster?
He told me, because I asked that question, he said they were not doing that.
Okay. So this is where it gets fun for us to figure out who's batting for whom, as long as we follow the order.
So leading off will be the second baseman, Ezekiel Benson. He struck out in his first at bat. 6 Dover outs so far, all coming because of the strikeout, thanks to the talented right arm of Ridgewood's Waylon McQuiston. McQuiston's first pitch. Sound like that hit something.
A helmet or a bat.
But that's not the case, apparently. The umpire's about 1.5 feet from there, so
yeah,
I'm sure if had it hit the bat or the helmet, he would have known.
It may have just been the catcher's mitt.
The 1-0 pitch misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Benson did not reach base, but he ended up running for Cruz Schweitzer, who walked back in the first. The next pitch, a swing and a miss.
I am intrigued by Benson's favorite food being sushi. Do you think he's a California roll guy or maybe like a spicy tuna?
I have tried sushi one time in my life. I didn't despise it, but I wasn't in love with it, so I'm not sure.
So you didn't rush back to order it again?
No, I did not. And the reason I did have it on one particular night is because, as a matter of fact, it was Warren Allgaier, station engineer. He bought.
Oh.
So he said, well, if I'm buying, then you're going to have sushi. So there you have it.
Okay.
A walk for Ezekiel Benson.
Number 27, Cruz Schweitzer.
That'll bring Cruz Schweitzer, who, like Benson just did, he walked in his first opportunity, did Crew, back in the first inning.
Cruz's favorite food is fettuccine Alfredo.
Now, that's a little bit more on the norm side.
Yes.
And by the way, getting Warren to buy me a meal, that, quite frankly, is a miracle. Swinging Schweitzer and fouling it back.
Dover tried a little hit and run there.
Yes. So Ridgewood scored 2 in the first. Dover has yet to score. We're in the top of the third inning. This Dover team sponsored by Allied Machine and the Ridgewood squad, sponsored by Locals Barbershop. McQuiston ready. The next pitch, a called strike, and off and running, and with the stolen base is Benson. the catcher, Keffer, couldn't quite hang on to the ball, so, could not get a throw off.
Utilizing Benson's wheels there. He's a quick kid. He got down there pretty quick.
But Schweitzer finding himself from a count perspective in an 0-2 hole. The next pitch, that bounces in the dirt, and hustling down to third base now is Benson on the wild pitch.
Yeah, he did a good job picking that up. As soon as it went into the dirt, he took off, making it an easy stolen base.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Dover going to try and take advantage of the situation and cut into this 2-run Ridgewood lead. The next pitch, that misses, gets away from the catcher, but unable to advance. It was Benson. And when you've got, the heart of the lineup up, 3, 4, and 5 with Schweitzer, Faulkner, and then McDonald, you don't want to risk trying to.
No, you don't want to run into an out.
No.
Biggest job of the third base coach here is to see on a pass ball if it caroms straight back or if it kicks to the side to know if he has a chance to score.
Zach Schweitzer coaching at third for Dover. The pitch to Sun Crew, a swing and a miss.
Number 44, Micah Faulkner.
So as for now, that string continuing. 7 Dover outs, all via the strikeout. That'll bring Micah Faulkner, pitcher v. pitcher.
His favorite food are nachos. Tell he's a concession stand guy.
Yes. When he plays some, I'm sure, crazy amount of baseball games every year.
Yes.
Summer ball, fall ball, spring ball. I mean, he probably eats many, many meals at the concession stand, as do a lot of these young guys. 1-0 on Faulkner. Quiston's next pitch fouled back and out of play.
And not to mention, though it wasn't his favorite athlete, when he was in tow watching his sister play softball, watching Madeline play softball for Dover, like I said, didn't quite get the nod at favorite athlete, but that was more nacho occasions.
1-1. Well, more on that Dover softball team after this pitch. Quiston ready, the pitch. Slapped and foul along the ground. But they are the state champions. And, oh, by the way, their 2 best pitchers, both already with college offers, are back next year.
Yes, that is correct. And rumor has it they have a third on the way that's the younger sister of Miss Carolyn. So they're going to be
the 1-2 pitch
fully
that gets
stacked
to the backstop, trying to score from third. And they say safe at the plate. Boy, great hustle down the line from Benson. And on that ball that got to the backstop, Dover gets their first run.
Yeah, Benson did a good job. He kind of got the footer out and around the tag so the foot beat it to the plate to be able to get Dover on the board, utilizing those wheels.
2-1, the score. Meanwhile, the count on Micah Faulkner is 2-2. Our home plate umpire, Doug Barrett, cleaning off the plate that, about an hour and 45 minutes ago, and I'm not exact. It was underwater.
Yes, it was.
The 2-2 pitch to Faulkner. Fouls it straight back.
Now, a little side note here. If Faulkner can find his way on base, being the pitcher, he can get a courtesy runner. Last batted out, though it's Crew Schweitzer. Schweitzer's the catcher, so then it would revert back to Benson, who just scored, so they could get Benson back on base again for Allied Machine.
Because Benson already ran earlier in the game for Schweitzer.
Yes. Yeah, he's as a courtesy runner.
The 2-2 pitch just outside, ball 3.
Home plate umpire Doug Barrett gave that some thought. The arm was starting to move.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Quiston checking in with Keffer. And the 3-2 pitch. Faulkner lines it past the third baseman into left field for a base hit. So Faulkner will reach. We'll see what the runner situation is. And they're going to do, it looks like, exactly what you said, Adam.
I don't know that that's, I don't think, no, that's number 5. 15, I'm sorry, Billy Rugsager is going to be the one running this time.
Well, maybe it was what you were talking about, back to the player who made the last out that isn't the catcher.
Yeah.
And that would have been Rugsager back in the second inning. So he's got good speed. He's off and running. A swing and a miss by McDonald to throw down to second base. Not going to be in time as it skips into short center field. So,
yeah, Dover definitely utilizing the speed here on the bases.
The pitch was a strike to McDonald. The next one, that goes all the way to the backstop, but Rugsager stays where he's at as Kepfer is quick to cover it. McDonald in his first at-bat, that was last inning, singled and would advance all the way to third, but did not end up scoring. McQuiston with the 1-1 pitch, a swing and a miss by McDonald. McDonald, the first baseman for this Dover Allied Machine team.
His favorite food, pizza. He's part of the pizza trio here. The bat's all in order.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Rugsager, the runner out at second. The next pitch, that misses. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So McDonald trying to reach base for the second time in as many at-bats. The 2-2 pitch, a called strike 3.
That'll bring up Ari Gardner.
Gardner walked and was left on base last inning in his first at-bat. Gardner looking out. And that ball going to skip to the backstop and advancing to third easily is Rugsager.
So there he stands at third base. And as we've seen already once this inning, Dover not afraid to try to steal those runs if a ball would happen to get by.
1-0 on Gardner, the third baseman for this Dover team. The pitch, a swing, and a miss. Gardner kind of built like Dad down there at first base.
Yes.
Taller, broad shoulders. And McQuiston ready with the 1-1. That skips to the backstop, and McQuiston, when he's got the ball over the plate, and that's not knocking anybody, he's just struggled a few times with some wild pitches. He's done a great job in terms of striking batters out. Dover's got 8 outs so far, and they've all come with the strikeout.
Yes. And Keffer, I'll tell you what, behind the plate doing a great job. He's quick to get back to those pass balls.
The 2-1 pitch, that misses, ball 3. He's getting a workout.
He is.
So 3 balls and a strike, got Ari Gardner. Quiston ready. Here comes that 3-1. Outside ball 4. So now Dover's going to have runners at the corners with 2 outs.
Yeah, kind of the same situation that they were in in the first inning here with Gardner at first, runner at third. So look for Gardner to take off to second.
McConnell, who struck out looking in his first at bat, has a pitch that misses for a ball. Dover scored once here in the top of the third. They trailed 2-1. Ridgewood's 2 runs came in the first inning. 1-0 pitch, high, ball 2.
Yeah, McQuiston's starting to struggle a little bit finding the zone.
Well, and you know what? Sometimes you get winded. He's throwing a lot of pitches.
Yeah.
The next pitch, a called strike.
He heard me say that, and he said, no, I'm not.
2 balls and a strike on Maddox McConnell. The next pitch, a called strike 2. McConnell didn't feel like that was on the plate, but in the opinion of the only man that matters, home plate umpire Doug Barrick, it was. So McConnell trying to do some 2-out damage for Dover. The 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. Well, McQuiston, you know what? He looks a little bit tired, to be honest, as he comes off the mound, but he has struck out 9 batters as we head for the bottom of the 3rd inning. It is Ridgewood leading Dover 2-1 on the WJER YouTube channel from Big Z Sports.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Chenaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Chenaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
Bottom of the 3rd inning from Tuscora Park, field number 2 on the hill. Bill Morgan with Adam Soeski.
Want to thank Right Mark Roofing, Amici's Pizza, and New Philadelphia VFW Post 1445 for tonight's broadcast. This local barbershop team, they know all about Amici's Pizza, I can promise you.
Well, I loved how earlier in the week you updated me on Amici's. They now have a 2nd location in Chenaden.
Yes. I try to, for anybody that's not aware of that, I absolutely pass that along. I'm a frequent flyer down there. It's definitely some good stuff, and if you have not tried it, do yourself a favor, because it's all good.
Dover pitcher Micah Faulkner finishing his warm-ups, and Faulkner struck out 2 last inning, and he has fanned a total of 3 so far.
So now Bowen Keffer's going to bat, and I have a feeling that's going to mess your book up a little bit. Am I correct?
It's kind of interesting, yeah.
Yeah. So they must have been batting. Were they batting 10?
I'm not exactly sure what that happened there. I mean,
because we're following the order that we have,
right?
With the addition of number 0. I don't know if that's not. I guess it's not really our problem to try to figure out. But Bowen Keffer's now at the plate.
Faulkner's first pitch to him, he'll show bunt and bunts it foul.
Trying to utilize those wheels to get on base. His favorite athlete, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Look at you with that pronunciation. That was impressive.
You like that, huh?
I just would have said Giannis. Because about 7 out of 10 times when I try to say his last name, I mess it up. If I was the voice of the Bucks or wherever he may go in the offseason, I'd perfect that. But I don't think he's going to be playing in the IBC or the OCC.
Or the Quaker Gymnasium anytime soon.
I'm fairly confident. 1-1 on Bowen Keffer, the catcher. The next pitch, he lifts it on a little bloop that's going to fall into right field for a base hit. Keffer flying around first base, and the throw goes past the second baseman. Keffer going to try to get to second. He does so safely that throw goes back past second. So Keffer is in with the single, advances on the errant throw.
Keffer was going to push it to 2. Thankfully for, obviously for the Dover faithful, he didn't push it to 2 initially because he would have ended up at third, if not possibly at home.
That'll bring Mason Addy to the plate. Addy put a charge into one in his first at-bat, flew out to fairly deep center field. He's the second baseman for this Ridgewood team.
Mason has a specific favorite food.
Really?
Yeah, Little Caesars breadsticks.
Well, there you have it.
That's his. I mean, it's very specific.
He probably gets some of that sauce. Swing and a miss, trying to get to third, and I can say out at third base on the steal attempt.
Cruz Schweitzer came up throwing and put it right on the spot from what I could see.
I think Kepper felt like he got his foot in ahead of the tag, but base umpire Andrew Stahl said, no, you did not.
I would say because I do have the on-deck batter in my way.
Next pitch to Addy. Missing out of the zone. That evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ridgewood scored 2 runs in the first inning. Dover had 1 here in the top of the third, so that's where we're at. It's a 2-1 game. Addy ready. The next pitch. That misses down low. 3 balls and 1 strike on the right-handed hitting Addy.
Addy wanting to find a way on base to maybe recharge the third inning here for Ridgewood.
Faulkner ready on the mound. And Micah's 3-1 pitch. Hit hard, scooped at shortstop to throw on to first base in time for the second out of the inning. Very good job by Dover shortstop Billy Ruckseger on that play.
Yeah, it looked very smooth there on that.
One of the things you have to remember in Little League when that ball is hit on the infield, it's not like it is at the high school varsity level in terms of 90 feet to the base. So they've got to get rid of that thing quicker.
Yeah. Little mound visit here.
Mac Ziegler, the shortstop, and his first go-round with Faulkner back in the first double, and would eventually score.
His favorite food is steak. Good choice there by him.
Listen, we've had a wide variety of favorite foods.
We have.
And I've yet to hear you say that's a bad choice. I mean, I think you're kind of
I think these kids have all been pretty spot on. I like all their choices. They're all eating well. How's that? Is that
well,
good?
There's a lot of tall young men on both of these teams. So,
yes.
Yeah, they're not missing any meals. And I mean that from a tall, strong. I'm not talking about
There's a couple more coming that I'm going to touch on that you're really going to like.
That ball smacked back up the middle. That's a base hit. So a 2-out base runner for Ridgewood on the Ziegler. Shot up the middle.
McQuiston's going to step to the plate. His favorite is he likes Mexican food. Maybe a burrito or maybe just a taco.
I kind of think, and I'm sure your Mexican food aficionados may disagree with this. The pitch outside, low, trying to get to second. The throw going to skip into center field, so the stolen base is successful, but Ziegler can't go any further. I think everything's kind of the same.
In a way.
You've got a taco shell, you've got a burrito, wrap, and then you just put something in the middle of it.
It's either going to be meat or chicken, and then you're going to top it with the same stuff. I have to fully agree with you on that.
1 ball.
Presentation is everything with that menu.
Listen, when you're getting the breakdown of differences or lack thereof in Mexican food, you're getting a broadcast worth. Ball rolled to second, fielded to throw on to first base in time, and a bang-bang play at first to end the Ridgewood third. We're halfway through this 12U championship game. Ridgewood leading Dover 2-1 on the WJER YouTube channel from Big Z Sports.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Three innings in the book in this 6-inning 12U championship game between Dover and Ridgewood. Have you ever played pickleball?
No, but my daughter and her boyfriend are avid players, It looks like we have a pitching change happening here on the mound. And we do. Carson Lusk is going to be now towing the rubber as McQuiston goes to first base.
And that's where Lusk was, and at first base prior to going to the mound. So the biggest and most obvious difference between the two is Lusk is a lefty. It is a 2-1 lead. So, have you ever played pickleball? No, you haven't, but your daughter does.
Yes, I have not played. It does seem like it's a pretty fun game, though.
Well, it is wildly popular.
Yes.
I happen to be on the park board in New Philly, and thanks to some great sponsorship, Bob McDonald was the guy who put a lot of money into it. We've got this great pickleball set up, and it is packed every day. At night, it's younger people. McPeek claiming to be some type of pickleball guru back there. And in all kidding aside, it's the younger people, late high school age or college age at night. Then early in the mornings, it's the older crowd that will come in and play to get their day off to a good start.
there's I know that Sarah talks about there's about 3 different places they'll just go, and whichever one has an open court, that's where they're going to play.
So we are going to see a pinch hitter.
Yeah, this is going to be the one sub for Dover. It's going to be Chance McDonald stepping in. Actually playing up. He's a 10U player. 10U needing because they were limited on numbers, so they had to have one sub. So here he is.
He's a left-handed hitter deep in that lefty batter's box, and the first pitch from Lusk is way high for a ball. What would your daughter, who was a pretty good athlete at New Philadelphia High School, how would she differentiate, other than the size of the court, the differences between pickleball and tennis?
The problem is she never played tennis.
A called strike, 1-1.
So we haven't really had any deep discussions about pickleball. I just know that she really enjoys it because they play a lot.
My parents, who were in their late 70s, McDonald gets hit by the pitch.
McDonald, welcome to 12U. You get plunked. And I'm sorry, Chance McDonald, his favorite athlete, Patrick Mahomes.
Well, there you have it.
And he likes a good soft pretzel.
Now batting number 3, Aiden Clayton.
I'm going to bring Aiden Clayton to the plate. Clayton walked in his first at bat, trying to steal second. McDonald will get there with ease.
Dover definitely capitalizing with the wheels they have on this team.
One 1-0. Lusk next pitch inside for a ball. 2-0. It's a 2-1 Ridgewood lead. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Bill Morgan and Adam Saweski from WJER and Big Z Sports. The 2-0 pitch fouled into the glove of Keffer at home plate, 2-1. Lusk with a long look in. And the 2-1 pitch to Clayton. Chases one upstairs for a strike, 2-2.
Clayton's favorite athlete, Justin Jefferson. Heard that name before.
We did. 2-2. The next pitch from Lusk, a swing and a miss.
For the third time, we're headed back to the top of the order. Number 15, Billy Rugseger stepping in.
Billy has fanned in both of his at-bats. Once swinging, once looking. Made a nice play at shortstop last inning. The next pitch fouled straight back, and that's why Doug Barrick wears a chest protector.
Absolutely. That was definitely square into that chest protector.
Yes. 0-1. Lusk, who began the game at first base for the Ridgewood team, now pitching the lefty with his 0-1 offering. Ball fouled, and McDonald was on the run to third base, but will have to go back to second. So Rugseger trying to battle back down on the count at 0-2. The next pitch, a swing and a miss.
No, he fouled that one away.
Oh, my apologies.
Yep.
Just did get a piece of it.
Yep, I think it went right off the end of the bat. Wasn't your typical foul ball sound.
Keffer, the catcher, adjusting the straps on his shin guards. Now he'll go back behind the plate. McDonald out at second. The count lingering at 0-2. And the pitch from Lusk. Hit hard into center field. McDonald going to try and score. He rounds third. Here comes a throw to the plate. And safe at the plate is McDonald. And that was a pretty good throw in from center field.
That was a very good throw. I think it surprised not only the runner, but the catcher as well.
That was Lucas Lammers out in center, but an RBI base hit for the game now tied at 2. So the 2-out single by Rugseger deadlocks this score, and he went to second on the throw to the plate. That brings Ezekiel Benson to the plate. Ezekiel has struck out and walked, and he scored Dover's other run. Adam mentioned it earlier in the game. Benson with good speed. Lusk ready, and the first pitch to Benson inside for a ball.
Yeah, Tornadoes have the Allied Machine teams definitely utilized their wheels tonight to capitalize to get some runs.
There's a called strike on to Ezekiel Benson. The go-ahead run out at second base. The next pitch, that's fouled off. Rugseger at second. The count 1-2 on the right-handed hitting Dover second baseman Ezekiel Benson. Lusk 1-2 offering high, ball 2. The next pitch, way high. That's going to go all the way to the backstop. Rugseger trying to get to third, and he will do so without a throw.
Allied Machine now with another runner on the verge of scoring. Full count, 1 out.
Dover has tied this game, and they'd love to take the lead here. The 3-2 pitch, a called strike 3. Benson knew it. He was making his way out of the batter's box.
Yeah, I know that he got called for, it was earlier in the count, got called for that inside strike, and he felt that maybe it was a little in, but if it gets called once, it's going to get called again.
And this is really kind of unbelievable. We'll get to this after the first pitch from Lusk to Schweitzer. Line drive, base hit into center field. Dover will take the lead, and that ball's going to go all the way to the fence. Schweitzer digs around second, and Dover takes a 3-2 lead on the 2-out base hit by Cruz Schweitzer.
Oh, he ripped that thing got to the fence in a hurry. Going to get another courtesy runner for Schweitzer. This time it's going to be Benson again. So
Dover up 3-2. But we mentioned it several times when McQuiston was still in pitching that he had struck out and retired all the batters he faced via the strikeout as Micah Faulkner steps in, kind of waving that bat from the left side. Lusk pitch to him high for a ball. Keffer fires it down to second, but not in time to get Benson.
Yeah, Allied Machine, they're able to capitalize. There wasn't much of a hold there at first base. Benson had a pretty good-sized lead, and he was going on first motion.
1-0, but the 2 outs in this inning against the new pitcher Lusk have also both been via the strikeout. There's a ground ball, and That's going to sneak into left field for a base hit. That came very close to hitting the runner.
Yeah, Benson did a good job picking that up as it was rolling in between the shortstop and the third baseman to make sure it was rolling slow enough that he was able to avoid it.
So Benson at third, Fockler at first, and that'll bring Junior McDonald to the plate. He's 1 for 2. That pitch going to go all the way to the backstop. The runner from third, Benson, will not try to advance, but Fockler going to second on the wild pitch. Dover with a 1-run, 3-2 lead. We're in the top of the 4th inning. McDonald, the first baseman for this Allied Machine squad, swings and misses it. Lusk next pitch.
McDonald, a big Aaron Judge fan.
1 ball, 1 strike. That ball, a slow roller, and that's going to roll away from the first baseman, and not able to get McDonald at first base was Ridgewood, and another Dover run scores.
Yeah, that ball, when it hit the ground, that had all kinds of spin, and it shot right, and McQuiston was obviously anticipating it to come right at him, but it kicked to the right, and he was unable to come up with it.
So Dover has now plated 3 in the inning to take a 4-2 lead. And the pitch to Ari Gardner, a called strike. Gardner has reached base in both of his at-bats, both time via the bases on balls. Rounds it to short. The ball fielded, the throw to first base, going to pull the first baseman off the bag. Now the throw to second, and Gardner going to get tagged out to end the Dover 4th inning. But the Allied Machine team scores 3 times, and they head for the bottom of the 4th. Dover 4.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Gneaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Gneaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
Dover has taken a 3-run lead. It is 5-2 as Ridgewood, who's the home team on the scoreboard tonight to New Philadelphia, comes calling against the Allied Machine team.
And we have another pitching change as Crew Schweitzer is going to now toe the rubber for Allied Machine. Waiting to see if I don't see Fockler. I'm assuming Fockler is going to be the catcher. Unless I'm missing him out there somewhere.
We will find out momentarily. One of the assistant coaches behind the plate warming up. Schweitzer. Not really sure what's going on because there's still no catcher out there.
No. Unless it was, must have been a late decision is all I could think, because I would assume whoever was going to catch would have been made aware of this well before the change of inning.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And sometimes when the catchers will have their own personal catching gear, and there's somebody who's got the catching gear on in the dugout and now making their way out to the field.
There we go. So we'll try to determine. I'm going to, like I said, I'm pretty sure it would be Fockler that's swapping positions. And it is. So the battery just switched spots.
Now pitching for Allied Machine.
Well, we'll see, because the pitching change for Ridgewood,
And up to bat for Locals, number 50.
in terms of what we see on the scoreboard right now, didn't prove to be too beneficial. We'll see how that plays out for Dover here in the bottom of the inning.
Absolutely.
Quiston had thrown a number of pitches, but he had also retired Dover via the strikeout for all 9 outs when he was in the game.
And again, this is not a championship series. This is a single game championship. So
Carson Lusk will lead things off against Schweitzer. First pitch high for a ball. Lusk reached on an error in his only at-bat back in the first inning. Schweitzer's next pitch, and Lusk missing on the swing. 1 ball and a strike.
his favorite player, Stephen Kwan.
We've heard that one several times tonight between
Yes.
our 8U and 12U games.
Yep.
That ball popped up. Second baseman calling for it and making the catch. Ezekiel Benson for the first out in the Ridgewood fourth.
Lucas Lammer steps in. Now, this is one that I like. His favorite food, crab legs.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Lammers, his only at-bat so far, reached on a walk. Had a nice throw in from center field on a play at the plate. Didn't get the runner, but it was close. It was closer than we certainly thought it was going to be.
Yeah, because he was well over halfway out the outfield when he made that throw.
The pitch, a strike. Schweitzer checking with Faulkner. And the 0-1. A swing and a miss as
Now batting number 4, Lucas
Lammers now finds himself down 0-2 in the count. Ready is Schweitzer, and the 0-2 pitch, a swing and a miss.
Schweitzer comes in, gets the first two batters he faces, bringing up Wyatt Fry.
Wyatt Fry.
Fry grounded back to the pitcher and was retired in his only at-bat so far here in this 12U championship game. Schweitzer's pitch to him low for a ball.
Fry's favorite food is steak as well. A lot of steak eaters on this team.
Schweitzer ready and fires the 1-0 pitch plateward a little bit outside. 2-0. Schweitzer checking in with Faulkner and his 2-0 pitch, a called strike. The 2-1 down low, ball 3. So Wyatt Fry efforting to become a 2-out base runner for Locals Barbershop from Ridgewood in this 12U championship game on the JER YouTube channel from Big Z Sports, and the 3-1. Low, ball 4. So Fry, the third baseman for the team from West Lafayette, heads down to first, becoming a 2-out base runner.
Now batting number 1, Cole Fender.
Going to bring Cole Fender to the plate. Cole led off in the second inning and struck out against then Dover pitcher Micah Faulkner, who's now catching.
Ridgewood looking to do something here with 2 outs. Try to answer back with at least a run of their own here in the fourth.
Schweitzer's first pitch down low for a ball. Schweitzer delivered out on the mound.
You know these kids have to love playing under the lights. That was always whenever I played, I remember that was the coolest thing to do. Oh, do we get to play a game under the lights?
Yeah, you don't see that too often at the Little League level, to be sure.
No.
The 1-1 pitch, down low, ball 2. Again, a big amount of credit to Mitch Pace and all the coaches for the New Philadelphia 8U team who did yeoman's work on this field so either of these games could get played tonight.
Yeah, looking out there now, you couldn't tell that we had a drop of water hit the field today.
No. And after the first inning of that 8U game, the field was sopping wet, standing water everywhere. The 3-1 pitch, that bounces in the dirt, ball 4. So a pair of 2-out walks. Fry walking, Fender walking.
It's going to bring up Liam Hill, I'm sorry. Let's get a little mound visit here. And you talked about the field, what was done after that first inning, and I mentioned it in the first game that 5 years ago, that amount of water would have definitely washed out tonight's games, and it would have probably been a challenge to get it played tomorrow. But the work that the Little League did to upgrade this field, and the dugouts are new, the fence is new, completely resurfaced the field. That's what made that possible to even happen tonight.
Liam Hill at the plate, his first at bat of the night. 2 outs, Dover up by 3. The pitch to Hill, a called strike. After Hill, should be back to the top of the lineup with Bowen Keffer. Fry at second, Fender at first. Schweitzer ready with the 0-1 pitch. That's fouled into the dirt, then bounds off to the backstop, first base side, 0-2.
Faulkner made a business decision there as the catcher. He told the coach to get that one. Saved a few steps. I like that.
You like it if you're not the coach. We don't have to do anything except sit here. Schweitzer ready. And the big right-hander's 0-2 pitch. That's down low for a ball. Now, just so you know, tomorrow morning at the radio station, I'm bringing in Doko.
Oh.
So don't eat a big breakfast or anything before you come in.
All right.
The 1-2 pitch. Boy, just missing 2-2.
Just so you know, the Doko comment traveled back to the production table behind us. So if McPeek shows up, you'll know why.
Well, he's not coming from the Janaden metropolitan area to get a donut. He'll go to Uricksville and get rods if he goes anywhere. The 2-2 pitch, that's fouled off. I think Micayela works at Doko. Does she work at Doko?
She does.
Okay.
Can
she give me a discount?
You might want to make that connection, but there was a game we actually did up here, and it was a Saturday morning, a Philly softball game, and Micayela worked it for Claxon, and she brought us donuts.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
The 2-2 pitch to Hill. Hell, he just did get a piece of that at number 99.
He lived to see another pitch. That's what coaches love to see.
Dover scored 4 times in this top of the 4th inning. Ridgewood trying to answer with 2 outs in the bottom of the frame. Here comes that 2-2 pitch. High and inside, ball 3. Well, Schweitzer started off solid. Got Carson Lusk to pop out to second. Struck out Lucas Lammers, but now he's 1 pitch away from walking 3 straight Ridgewood batters.
And the runners will be in motion as we're full count here.
Throw back to second, and that goes over the shortstop's head. And fortunately, the center fielder there to back it up and get it back in. So Aiden Clayton, they're backing it up as you're taught to do and getting the ball back into the infield.
That idea almost really backfired.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Schweitzer comes set, and the 3-2 pitch. A swing and a miss. So Ridgewood strands a pair, and we head for the 5th inning. Dover Allied Machine leading Ridgewood Locals Barber 5-2 on the WJER YouTube channel from Big Z Sports.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
The fifth inning has arrived in this Tuscora County 12U Championship Little League game. And Dover is going to come to the plate, and they'll be facing the third different Ridgewood pitcher.
So the first pitching change that obviously had us, it was just we were a little confused. It was pitch count. He's allowed 85 pitches, and he was already at 80. So that the pitch count forced the first change. And now that it looks like, as you mentioned, going to their third pitcher on the mound here, as Max Ziegler is going to now toe the rubber for Ridgewood Locals Barbershop.
And what that does defensively, McQuiston, who began the game pitching and went to first, now he goes to short. And Lusk, who was at first and came in to pitch, goes back to first.
Yes.
So top of the fifth inning, they play 6. It'll be Maddox McConnell to lead things off. The Dover Allied Machine left fielder. He's had 2 plate appearances so far and struck out in both.
Can't tell by the smile on his face, though, can you?
No. He glanced back here when we said his name. He was either listening because he heard us or the motorcycle that just fired up the engines and took off. One or the other.
Turned out to be a beautiful evening as well. I mean, we talked about the field, but just the weather in general. It's a nice, cool evening. Very comfortable out. Not hard to beat those 95-degree days during the day that we've been seeing.
Very true. First pitch to McConnell, down low for a ball. Dover did not score in the first or second inning, but they scored 1 in the third. They scored 4 in the fourth. Ridgewood, on the other hand, scored 2 runs in the first inning, but they have not scored since. 5-2 Dover. Ziegler on the mound. The next pitch missing. It's 2-0. Ziegler, like a number of players on both these 12U teams, taller, kind of lanky, I think is the word you'd use.
Yes, for sure.
Next pitch inside. McConnell leans back out of the way of that one. And usually when you see somebody that's about 12, that's that tall and that lanky, usually what that means is he's going to get taller.
Yeah, that's very accurate.
The 3-0 pitch, a called strike. Ziegler comes set, and the 3-1. That's inside, ball 4 to McConnell. So he's got a leadoff walk here in the fifth.
Now batting number 42, Chance McDonald.
That'll bring McDonald to the plate.
McDonald, his favorite food, soft pretzels, another concession stand favorite.
Hits from the left side, and that pitch way inside. He skipped out of the way of it, but because the ball skipped to the backstop, going to second quite easily was McConnell.
Well, you know, Chance McDonald, as I mentioned in his first at-bat, before he got plunked in the back, he's playing up from 10U, and now that pitch about hit him. He's probably sitting there thinking, how important is 12U to really play? Do I want to put myself through this?
1-0. We'll see what that young man does here. The next pitch, he fisted toward shortstop. McQuiston grabs it, fires to first base. That ball bounces in the dirt past Lusk. So Reaching safely will be McDonald. And advancing to third on the errant throw is McConnell. So Dover with runners at the corners.
Yeah, McQuiston did a good job there corralling that. I mean, that ball had some spin on it. He got a glove on it, but unfortunately couldn't make the throw.
That'll bring Aiden Clayton to the plate. He is the number 9 batter in this Dover order. He's walked and struck out. 5-2 Dover leading top of the 5th inning. Fouls that one into the dirt at the plate. McDonald was off and running.
As I mentioned before, Clayton's favorite food, blue Takis.
My son's a big Taki guy.
Yeah. The problem I would have, if I had a bag of Takis sitting in front of me right now, I wouldn't be able to Taki very well.
Yeah, we just turned that headset down while you chomped on the Takis. 1-1. The next pitch, a called strike. McDonald will steal second with no throw. Do you have a favorite Taki?
I like the Fuego. Just the Fuego Taki. I think it's the original. I like the spice, but like I said, it would definitely not be on a broadcast. That'd be a big mistake.
The 1-2 pitch to Clayton, missing down low. 2-2. Does Chris Cale eat Takis?
I would imagine.
The next pitch, a swing and a miss. So Clayton fans for the first out of the inning. He doesn't eat those things when he's announcing down at Midvale, does he?
I don't think so. Some may want him to.
Draw your own inferences from that and make sure when you relay it to Chris, it was Adam that said it, not me. Rugseger, a big swing and fouling that pitch back and across Wabash Avenue.
He was doing his best to give a souvenir through the windshield.
Yes, he was. Rugseger 1 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. The 0-1 outside for a ball. Have you ever, I was sharing with you, I think that was between games. Have you ever driven a car down there on the Midvale track?
I have not.
I did that in a celebrity race. It was back when Adam Mackey was a track announcer. And I did not win, but it was fun.
The closest I got was I was driving a pace vehicle down there.
Okay.
So I have circled the track, but I have not physically been in a race to drive.
I'm trying to remember who was in the celebrity race. It was me. I believe it was Brad Shoup, another area media personality. Well, and by the way, no, I didn't win, but I'm going to tell you one of the reasons why. Adam Mackey's younger brother, I mean, what do you call that? A ringer. He was a ringer in that thing. And he smoked the rest of us.
All right.
I'm sure he'd driven that track many times. The 3-1 pitch. Inside, ball 4.
Just inside. So Dover's got them loaded up here with only one out. Ezekiel Benson's going to step in. That's before the mound visit here.
So McConnell at third, McDonald at second, and now Rugseger at first.
Dover definitely in a position right now to they could potential to blow this thing open.
Ezekiel Benson going to come to the plate against the pitcher, Max Ziegler. Benson has sandwiched a walk and a run scored in between a pair of strikeouts. Meetings all over the place.
There is, yeah. I feel like we should have one.
Well, we pretty much have for about an hour and 45 minutes apiece 2 times tonight. One of the things about this double broadcast taking longer, our collective wives are probably sitting at home watching TV. They may be eating Takis.
I can promise you my wife is probably looking at her eyelids.
Ezekiel Benson to the plate, pitch high for a ball. As Adam was alluding to, the bases loaded with Dover players. Benson trying to add to what is currently a 3-run Dover lead. She's not waiting up to see her beloved.
No, nope. There's always tomorrow for that.
A swing and a miss.
As we talked about before, Benson, his favorite food is sushi. And with a championship win, you would only think he could get whatever sushi he wanted.
A 1-1 pitch, high, ball 2. Well, nowhere to put him. Dover's got great speed on the base paths right now. The next pitch, a foul into the glove of Keffer, 2-2.
Ziegler doing a good job battling out there, coming back, 2-2 count.
McConnell at third, McDonald at second, Rugseger at first, 2-2. Ziegler ready, the pitch. That ball fouled off toward the on-deck circle for Dover. The pitcher, Schweitzer, grabs it and in turn flips it over the head of the catcher.
Yeah, I think he was doing the right thing. Unfortunately, the catcher and the umpire had no idea the ball was coming back.
So the count for now remaining 2-2 on Ezekiel Benson. The next pitch, high, ball 3. So 2 of the 3 Dover base runners right now have reached via the walk. And the count full on Benson. The 3-2 pitch. A big bouncer. That's going to be a hard play, and nobody will make it. It'll sneak into center field. 1 run scores. And around third and scoring as well. McDonald trying to get the second, and there will be no throw. Dover now up 7-2 on the 1-out. Seeing guy single into center field that plates Maddox McConnell.
Yeah, he beat that ball. It was a low pitch, and I think he actually hit it off the almost like he hit it off the plate. That thing really took off.
Number 27, Drew.
And McQuiston was trying to charge it, and it was a bad angle with the way the ball came off the plate, and he just couldn't get to it.
That'll bring Crew Schweitzer to the plate. First pitch high for a ball. And if Dover hangs on to win, and certainly still a ways to go, Ridgewood's got 2 more at-bats. How about the play off the bench of that 10U player, Chance McDonald? He's been hit by a pitch, reached on an infield single, and Adam ended up scoring both times.
Yeah, absolutely. Making the most out of his plate appearances.
The 1-0 pitch. Schweitzer swinging and missing. And with that big 12-year-old frame, you think, boy, if that guy connects, that ball could sail into the new Philadelphia night.
It absolutely could. His last at-bat, he roped that double to the center field fence.
Ziegler with the 1-1. Outside and low, and kind of squirted out of Keffer's glove, which he wasn't initially aware of, and saw it over to his right. Thanks to the folks down at Ridgewood Land, Amici's and West Lafayette. There's a line drive. Nice grab, and not able to get the out at second, but it was close. Good play by the second baseman.
I say Benson, it was all the speed he had to get back. Heads-up play there by the second baseman, Mason 80, to try to get that double up.
The catcher, Michael Faulkner, at the plate. The lefty hitting catcher asking for time as he quickly digs into the box. Dover up 7-2. Ziegler's first pitch to him swinging at one that was a little bit low. Micah, 3 at-bats, and he's doing well. 2 for 3. Couple of singles. And a run scored for the young man that was the starting pitcher for this Dover Allied Machine team. Just in case you were wondering, it's 10:30.
I just noticed that. I had no idea.
The 0-1 pitch. Ball fouled.
Faulkner tried to check his swing there, and unfortunately the ball caught the bat.
My wife texted me a little bit and said, "Are you done?" I said, "No, 4th inning, game 2." Now she may be joining your wife in their respective homes in La La Land.
With the eyelids intact,
right?
right?
No question. My wife probably having preceded sleep with watching Friends for the 575th time in her life. One, two. Ziegler's pitch, called strike 3. So that will end the Dover 5th inning, but not before this Allied Machine team scores 2 more times. We head for the bottom of the 5th. It's Dover 7 and Ridgewood 2 right here on the WJER YouTube channel from Big Z Sports.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Chenaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Chenaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
Baseball on the WJER YouTube page. Thanks for watching. It's Bill Morgan with Adam Soweski. Ridgewood in need of some runs as they come to the plate in the bottom of the 5th inning. Schweitzer on for his 2nd inning of work on the mound. Well, Ridgewood would score early with 2 runs in the 1st inning, but Adam, they've yet to tally since.
Yeah, they jumped out to the early 2-0 lead, but it's been not much happening since then. And they would like to change that, especially here in the 5th inning. Like you said before, they have 2 at-bats, trailing by 5. You at least want to get 2 or 3 of those runs back.
Will Collins going to get his first at-bat of the night. Well, we've got, I don't want to call it a delay, but Faulkner was the last batter of the inning. He's the catcher, so takes a little bit of while to get your catching gear on.
Now batting the 13, Will Collins.
So Collins going to get the first at bat of the evening in a crucial situation. Our home plate umpire, Doug Merrick.
Wonder if his wife's still watching.
She watched when he was the solo umpire in that 8U game.
Yeah.
You know what? I bet she really loves Doug, but does she really want to watch 2 live video streams of him umpiring these games?
I don't know, but I got some other bad news. It's starting to sprinkle a little bit.
Well, Mrs. Doug doesn't care about that because she's inside.
Yeah, she's dry as a bone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's obviously it's the way we started our night, so I guess it's only fitting for the last 2 innings for it to be raining a little bit.
Don't you even say that.
I'm just looking at the radar that we've learned that I'm very bad at reading.
The ball, if we've learned one thing tonight, that ball fouled off the fencing of the first base dugout, 0-2.
I think what we've learned tonight is I should probably just delete my weather apps off my phone because there's no sense in me looking at them.
0-2. The pitch from Schweitzer just missing out of the zone for a ball. 1-2. Well, the men and women that umpire these games, the 1-2 pitch, called strike 3 on Collins. So 1 out in the inning. And back to the top of the lineup now with Bowen Keffer.
Now batting number 15, Bowen Keffer.
But they really do this, yes, they get paid, but they really do it because they like it.
Absolutely.
Keffer swinging and missing.
Yes, and that's what I'll tell you, since we're bringing up the umpire, you know, obviously every fan's passionate about their respective teams. But when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of these games being played, you have to have umpires, and that's why, you know, keep that in mind, as there's obviously a big shortage for umpires at all levels right now. And the harder you make it on them, the less they want to do it, which puts them in the predicament that they are and not having enough.
Schweitzer down, and the count is the pitcher for Dover at 2-1. The next pitch, a called strike 2. And I'm sure I've never met Doug Barrick before tonight, but he's like so many other people that do this in baseball, softball, volleyball, football. He probably worked his job today.
Yeah, I'm going to say.
A swing and a miss. So he did that, and he's, by the time you count that he was out here for the 8U game, between games, this game, he may be putting in another 8 hours here.
Absolutely, yes.
Now to bring Mason Addy to the plate, the Ridgewood second baseman. He's 0 for 2. Flew out on a big blast to center field in his first at bat, grounded out to short in the other. First pitch to him this time around from Schweitzer is a ball. The 1-0 pitch, a called strike on the outside corner as that goes off the glove of Faulkner into the backstop. Dover up by 5, 7-2. The next pitch hit hard, and that's going to sneak into right field, and it is a 2-out base hit.
Yeah, nice base hit. Nice placement there in between the 3 and 4 hole there to keep the Ridgewood inning alive.
9, Max Ziegler.
Current pitcher Max Ziegler stepping to the plate.
As Ridgewood hopes to be able to do some 2-out damage. Ziegler is 2 for 2. Doubled and scored, and singled and was left on base. So he's been, in his 2 plate appearances, Ridgewood's most consistent hitter so far tonight, hoping to continue that here. That ball fouled back, and boy, he had a big swing at that, and I don't think that landed until it got across Wabash.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a big boy foul ball.
0-2. Ziegler waving that bat around from the right side. Runner, Addy leading at first. Fouls that one to the backstop right behind home plate. Schweitzer trying to end the inning here for he and his Dover teammates who are up by 5 in inning number 5. The 0-2 pitch outside for a ball. Schweitzer gets the sign from Faulkner. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Hit hard past the first baseman down the right field line. Ziegler going to dig around first base. And the runner advancing to third. Now going to try and score it. No, they're going to keep him at third. Addy, so.
Couple good throws there by the Allied Machine team to keep those runners from advancing any further. It's going to bring up Waylon McQuiston now.
McQuiston, a double, a run scored, and an RBI. And he was very good on the mound in the 3 innings he pitched for this Ridgewood team. Schweitzer's pitch to him high for a ball. Well, if he could get a base hit here,
yeah,
probably scores 2 runs, depending upon where the ball is placed, and draws Ridgewood closer. The 1-0 pitch there is a called strike.
And you wonder with Schweitzer, with his third inning, second or third inning in relief? Second.
That ball fouled right over toward our broadcast location.
As we've already learned tonight, the pitch count does turn into being a factor in these games.
1-2. Ziegler stepping out of that right-handed batter's box. Now climbs back in, looks out towards Cruz Schweitzer. And the 1-2 pitch just missing. Maybe a little high, 2-2.
Yeah, tried to paint the corner there. Must have missed it.
Schweitzer checks in, gets the sign from Faulkner, the 2-2 pitch, and boy, a great job battling at the plate by Waylon McQuiston. Just fouled it off to stay alive.
He's one of those kids that looks like if he connects with one, he could also send it into the new Philly sky.
Well, and Ridgewood hoping that will happen. Dover trying to prevent it from happening. And the 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. So Dover retires Ridgewood without damage here in the fifth. We head for inning number 6. It's Dover 7, Ridgewood 2 on the WJER YouTube channel from Big Z Sports.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Rightmark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Rightmark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
The championship inning is here. Dover leading Ridgewood 7-2. 12U Little League Championship Baseball from Teague County. This Dover 12U team led by Coach Blue, and usually the head coach of these Little League teams will coach at third base, kind of like a varsity baseball head coach, but Coach Blue coaches from the bench for Dover. His first base coach is Zach Gardner. His third base coach is Zach Schweitzer, and Devin Lusk, the head coach for the Ridgewood team, he's similar. He has two of his assistants. Mark Kepper coaches at first, and Mike Addy coaches at third.
Yeah, anytime you get a group of parents or coaches together like that, sometimes it's everybody has what they bring best to the game from the coaching position. And sometimes head coaches just like to do just that, kind of manage the game, where the base coaches are the in-game guys, where game flow and stuff like that. So
Number 25, Junior McDonald.
That'll bring Junior McDonald to the plate for Dover, leading off here in the top of the 6th inning. McDonald, 3 at-bats, 2 base hits. For the Allied Machine first baseman, not only 2 base hits, but an RBI as well. Ziegler ready, his first pitch here in the 6th. Popped up. Addy backpedaling, the second baseman into short right field, just into the grass, makes the catch for the first out.
You know, you mentioned bringing in Doco Donuts tomorrow.
Yes,
and
sir.
with the time that we're creeping up on, if Micayela has to work at Doco, do you think she might just go straight from the hill here in Philly and just go right to the bakery?
You know what? I don't know if she bakes the donuts at Doco. I don't know if she works the counter in the morning and sells the donuts. I don't know. There's a bouncer to short. McQuiston fields it and fires it on to first. And boy, that looked like one of his fastballs from earlier tonight on the mound to retire Ari Gardner.
It did. Carson Lusk, he did everything he could to catch the ball and keep safe at the same time.
He was possibly afraid of taking that one right to the head. That'll bring Maddox McConnell, who walked and scored in his last at-bat. Our producer, Mr. McPeek, is telling our camera woman that we're making fun of her and her Doco responsibilities, and that is absolutely not true. No.
Just throwing the facts out there.
No, that we are.
We were giving McPeek a lot of compliments throughout the evening, and he's kind of turning on us.
Well,
at
he
the end of the
is.
night.
He's throwing us under the bus to Ms. Plants. And, I mean, that's kind of outrageous, quite frankly. I'm going to contact Casey Claxon. McConnell swinging and missing. Casey. You know Casey likes Micayela and Mr. McPeek because he called them his A team.
Whoa.
Yeah, I heard that earlier.
Wow.
Of course, Casey had taken about 2 inches of rain to the head at that point, but the next pitch, a swing and a miss as the count evens up on Maddox and McConnell. We've been here a while now.
Yeah.
We're getting a little slap happy.
We are.
2-2. Ziegler ready. McConnell ready. And the 2-2 pitch. Down low, ball 3.
Ziegler's done exactly what's needed so far. Obviously retiring the first 2 tornado batters and looking to get the third here.
That ball fouled back, and I think that might have gone off of Kemper's mask in addition to going off the bat.
Yeah, he laughed about it.
Ziegler getting the ball back, kind of a slow walk back to the mound. He comes set in the 3-2 pitch. Down low, ball 4, so McConnell walks for the second time in a row. 2 out, base runner for Dover, top of the 6th inning. That'll bring Landon Bailey to the plate.
Landon Bailey ready to go there. As I mentioned before, his favorite athlete, Muhammad Ali. Worth mentioning a second time.
It is. Bailey, in his only at-bat so far, struck out. Swings and misses, and quickly does Landon find himself down in the count to Ziegler at that 0-2 mark. The next pitch, a called strike 3, and that will end the Dover 6th. So we head for the bottom of the 6th inning, and Dover 3 outs away from winning the 12U championship. We'll find out how this game finishes when we come back on the WJER YouTube channel from Big Z Sports.
When you think pizza, think Amici's Pizza with locations in West Lafayette and Chenaden-Hutton. Amici's Pizza offers you your favorite traditional pizzas, as well as specialty pizzas, subs, wings, and salads. Everything from the dough to the sauce is made fresh daily. There's just something different about a pizza from Amici's. Try one today in West Lafayette or Chenaden-Hutton. Big city taste for a small city price. Learn more. Find Amici's on Facebook.
Ridgewood Locals Barbershop comes to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and they need 5 runs to tie this game up or 6 to win it. The Tuscarawas County 12U League Championship game as they battle Dover Allied Machine.
Due up is Lusk, Lammers, and Fry. We'll see if that sticks.
Ridgewood scored the first 2 runs of this game that came back in the first inning, but since then, Dover has scored 7 straight. For Allied Machine, 1 in the 3rd, 4 in the 4th, and 2 in the 5th.
Kind of digging the back of his Carson Lusk is stepping into the plate. He's got a Buc-ee's sticker on the back of his helmet.
That's unique.
It is.
The wife and I had our first Buc-ee's experience about this time last year when we went down to Pigeon Forge and
quite a place, isn't
Gatlinburg. It's very interesting. 7-2, Schweitzer's second pitch, a long fly ball into center field. That's going to bounce and go all the way and over the wall, so that's a ground rule double.
Yeah.
So Lusk with a big blast, and Ridgewood's going to have a number of runners, and there's one.
Lammers will step in now. Lucas Lammers.
Now, here's the biggest thing. This is have you been to a Buc-ee's?
I have a couple times.
Okay, now here's the biggest thing I took from Buc-ee's.
Uh-huh.
We'll get to that after Lammers begins his at-bat against Cruz Schweitzer. Schweitzer ready, and that pitch outside for a ball. Their bathrooms were incredibly clean.
Yes.
They had one guy, they said hiring, it said something like bathroom. One guy just completely dedicated to keeping the bathrooms clean.
Yep, and that's a big thing.
The next pitch, a called strike, 1-1. And as anybody knows, this is not brilliant insight by Adam and I, but public restrooms are not usually the high realm of cleanliness.
No, they're usually far from it, actually.
Yeah, usually disgusting. The 1-1 pitch, and they say he went on the swing, 1-2.
No, Buc-ee's is it's a fun place. You almost have to factor it into your trip because you spend some time there, and their food's surprisingly really good.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The next pitch, low, 2-2. I had some of the fudge from Buc-ee's.
Yeah?
That was pretty good. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The next pitch, low and outside.
And that, folks, is why Buc-ee's sells stickers for an instance like this where a player puts it on his helmet, and now we're talking about Buc-ee's.
That's a 45-second free Buc-ee's commercial. The 3-2 pitch, a called strike 3. And it's not like we're getting anything from Buc-ee's for that.
No
cash.
And there's not even one near here. So
no, not even close. We're not getting use of the clean restrooms. We're not getting fudge. The next pitch, just off the plate for a ball. To Wyatt Fry. Fry, his 3rd at bat of the night, reached base once on a walk. Back in the 4th. Lusk led off with a double. He's still at second. Ridgewood down by 5, 7-2. The next pitch, a swing and a miss. So, Crew Schweitzer trying to finish what his battery mate, Micah Faulkner, started on the mound and threw the first 3. Schweitzer trying to fire the last 3. The next pitch, high for a ball.
Yeah, nice little 1-2 punch here for Dover Allied Machine tonight.
2 balls, 1 strike. Fry, the 3rd baseman for his team, hits it from the right side. The next pitch, a called strike 2. Now, Ridgewood doesn't need a home run. They take that, but they need base runners.
Yes.
The 2-2 pitch. That ball's fouled back and out of play over the backstop. I'm not really sure how many baseballs we've lost across Wabash tonight.
I'm going to say there's probably at least 3 or 4 over there.
I would say that's accurate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Schweitzer briefly off the rubber to the first base side. And the 2-2 pitch, called strike 3. So the Ridgewood batters have struck out in back-to-back fashion, both called 3rd strikes. So they are down to their final out. Dover 1 out away from becoming the 12U champions for 2025. Cole Fender at the plate. Fender has walked and struck out. Once the strikeout against Faulkner, the walk against Schweitzer. First pitch missing outside for a ball. Faulkner trying to frame that one behind the plate.
One of the biggest challenges for catchers is sometimes to do that, try to bring those pitches in to make it look a little bit more appealing.
The 1-0 pitch, a slow roller down the 3rd base line. That'll go foul. Fender hustling down that first base line. A ball, a strike. We'll see who Ridgewood sends to the plate. Should Fender extend this game, but Dover up by 5, 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th inning. The pitch, a swing and a miss. 1-2. So Schweitzer trying to finish this game off and provide Dover Allied Machine with a 12U county championship. Here he comes. Check second. The 1-2 pitch. Down low, ball 2. So it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yes, Schweitzer, the last 2 innings, Bill, it seemed to be very, very comfortable on the mound.
He comes set. And the 2-2 pitch. A swing and a miss. And Dover Allied Machine is your 2025 County 12U champion as they pile on out in the middle of the field.
Yeah, great win there for Dover. Obviously getting into the early 2-0 hole and battling back to not only capture the lead but to extend the lead out to a 5-run advantage to what ends up being the final score, 7-2.
As we see these teams exchange sportsmanship handshakes at home plate.
Obviously both teams had great seasons to get to this point. I don't have a team count in the 12U division, but I'm going to guess that it's every bit of 10 to 15, I would think, throughout the county and the surrounding areas that would participate in this. So great seasons by both these teams.
We'll take a timeout, come back. Ab and I will wrap things up and let you know what lies ahead. Dover winning 7-2 tonight to claim that 12U title on the WJER YouTube channel from Big Z Sports.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Dover knocks off Ridgewood 7-2 to claim the 12U championship. And interestingly enough, I just got a text congratulating Dover from Dover varsity coach Jeff Fonrist, who watched the game. And, of course, we got a chance several times during the high school postseason. The Dover varsity team had a nice postseason
Absolutely.
run.
It was fun to get to watch the success that they had, making it down to the regionals. And, you know, looking back at that real quickly, I mean, being able to go to Chillicothe down to Payne Stadium, that's something I'd never done before, even with the amount of baseball that I played. It was kind of cool to go down there for a broadcast and take that in.
I'm going to have you, because you are our sports guru at Big Z and WJER combined, kind of set up what's going to happen here as we wind up the broadcast.
Yeah, so what's going to happen here, both teams are obviously meeting respectively with their coaches, and once they are done with that, there's going to be a medal and a ring presentation by Mitch Pace to give each team their awards. So both teams will be receiving rings and medals. And so what we'll do is, obviously tonight's broadcast went a little longer than anybody really anticipated it. And we're a little concerned with battery life on a lot of the technology that we're using. So what we're going to do is you won't hear us anymore. We'll leave this on the screen as long as we can. And what we learned in the first game, the parents will be coming out onto the field, and it'll be hard to see anyways. But we want to thank everybody that tuned in tonight, and it was fun. I had a great time. Could have lived without the rainstorm, but we got through it, and it was fun to do this for the kids.
I appreciate you having me, Adam, and so there Adam did a great job of setting that up. Congratulations to Dover, the 12U winner, and New Philadelphia winning an 8U coach pitch earlier tonight. Thanks for watching this evening on the WJER YouTube page from Big Z Sports.